Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. These are authentic, documented experiences, real encounters, carefully curated and adapted with a light touch to preserve what happened and deepen the hush around it. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell to catch new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Quiet, literary horror shaped from true accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. The first clue was the old mailbox. Bent at the base and rusted halfway through, it still bore Emily's name in fading paint. I hadn't seen it in decades. When I pulled into the driveway of our childhood home in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, the house looked exactly like it had the day she disappeared, except smaller. Our mother Patricia was in the back garden, pulling at weeds like they were responsible for every wrong in her life. She didn't look up when I stepped out of the car, just said the police are liars as if we'd never stopped talking. Inside, the house smelled like mothballs and vinegar. I didn't ask why she'd never moved. I already knew. My sister vanished when she was 17. No witnesses. No signs of a struggle. No one saw her after she left for a tutoring session. The town whispered runaway. Maybe drugs. Mom knew better. So did I. I came back because of a phone call. A clipped anonymous message on my office voicemail in Philadelphia. No name. Just check the foundation, she left a record. The voice was male, neutral. I drove back that night. In the basement, the light bulb flickered like a bad omen. I cleared old boxes, shoving aside my father's musty war memorabilia. Behind a false wall panel, I found it an oilskin-wrapped journal, pages brittle with age, spine cracked. Inside, my sister's handwriting looped and neat. The first page began with a date, July 3rd, 1995, the day before she vanished. She wasn't planning to run. She was investigating. I read through the night, seated on the cold concrete floor while mice scratched inside the walls. Emily wrote about a local facility, what she called the greenhouse, on the edge of town near a defunct mental health center. She believed the building, supposedly abandoned, was active after hours. She saw trucks come and go at night, heard the screams. The journal detailed names, local officials, doctors, even a deputy who still worked at the county office. There were records of visits, movements, shipments. Emily described sneaking in once and finding a room of metal gurneys, restraint belts stained dark. She'd been compiling everything. She believed they were conducting unauthorized medical trials. I couldn't sleep. I read the journal 3 times. The next morning, I walked into the local sheriff's department and demanded to reopen my sister's case. They laughed, said it was sentimental grief. One detective offered coffee. I left before I screamed. I still had the journal, though, and a friend from law school who worked in state legal affairs. It took a week to get a quiet inquiry into the facility's ownership. The shell company led to another, and then to a defunct division of the state health department closed in name only. Most of the records had been scrubbed, but someone had slipped up. An address on a transfer form matched the greenhouse. When I tried to visit the property, a plainclothes officer stopped me, half a mile from the fence. He said it was contaminated. Quarantine. State business. I asked for ID. He didn't show it. That night, I drove back to Philadelphia with the journal locked in my glove compartment. I scanned every page and sent them to 3 separate journalists I trusted. I told them not to publish until I had more. They agreed. Then the first leak hit. It was a cold case podcast usually focused on unsolved disappearances. They featured my sister's story and quoted from the journal. Within a week, local reporters swarmed our street. 2 former employees from the mental hospital emailed me anonymously. One confirmed they'd heard rumors of long-term testing participants being kept off books. The other sent a grainy photo. Emily, in hospital scrubs, looking older, thinner, haunted. It was dated 2006. My hand shook so badly I dropped my phone. The photo was real. I paid a forensic analyst to verify it. Same birthmark on the collarbone. Same scar on her wrist from when she fell off a bike at 10. My sister had been alive for at least 11 years after we thought she was gone. Pressure built. Families of other missing persons reached out. Women, mostly, vanished between 1989 and 2002. A pattern. I pushed the journal into evidence, filed for judicial review of the closed cases. The state fought back, claimed chain of custody issues, suggested I'd fabricated the journal, but I'd spent my career untangling legal messes for whistleblowers. I knew how to hold on. It took 14 months and 2 court injunctions, but they finally admitted it. The facility had conducted experimental treatments on volunteers, many of whom lacked the capacity to consent. Some were detainees, others were unregistered entrants, a sanitized phrase for people who'd fallen through the cracks, runaways, the homeless, or, like Emily, persistent girls who saw too much. They never confirmed whether she was dead or alive. No remains were found, but the facility was shut down. Records declassified. More than 20 cold cases reopened. I testified before a closed Senate subcommittee in Washington. The tape was sealed. Back home, Mom never asked for details. She just sat by the window, knitting nothing, listening to the wind. One night I found an envelope slid under my apartment door. No return address. Inside was a Polaroid. A woman at a distance, gray hoodie, parking lot. She was looking back at the camera. She had my sister's eyes. I never showed it to anyone. I just kept it tucked inside the back of the journal, beneath the last page, where Emily had written one final line. If something happens to me, don't believe them. It was never an accident. The day I found the phone, I wasn't looking for anything. That's how these things usually start, isn't it? I was cleaning out my parents' basement after they'd passed, sorting through boxes of moldy photo albums and water-damaged Christmas decorations, when I saw in the corner, covered in dust, half hidden behind an old rocking chair, sat a rotary phone the color of bone. It wasn't connected to anything. I remember standing there for a long time just staring at it. The cord had frayed near the base, and yet when I lifted the receiver there was a faint hum like a live line. I thought it must have been a trick of the wiring, maybe interference from a neighbor's landline, but it didn't sound like interference. It sounded like breathing. Faint, measured, not quite mine. I should have put it down. The first time I dialed it was instinctual. No conscious thought. My fingers just moved. The rotary clicked and whirred, each spin locking in a number that felt pulled from muscle memory. Then it rang once, twice. He picked up. It was my voice, but younger, brighter, unsure. At first I thought it was a hallucination brought on by grief and mildew, but the boy on the other end was real. I could hear the echo of my childhood bedroom in the background, the way the fan always squeaked once every 3 rotations. He said he was 8 years old, that it was 1991, that he'd found a strange phone in his closet. I gave him advice. It was small, harmless stuff at first. Don't leave your bike out next week, it'll rain. He laughed, said thanks. I hung up, shaken but somehow exhilarated. Then, I felt the first sting. A long thin scar appeared down my right forearm. Not bleeding, just there, like an old injury I'd forgotten. I ran my fingers over it and felt nothing. No pain, no raised flesh. Just smooth skin with the memory of a wound. I didn't make the connection until the 3rd call. By then, the scars had started to multiply. Every time I gave him a warning, every time I changed something, I paid for it. I told him to avoid a certain kid at school. A burn bloomed across my shoulder. I said not to go camping that summer. His friend would fall and break a leg. A ragged gash opened across my ribs, bloodless but raw in sensation. I stopped going to work. I couldn't explain the changes to anyone. The phone never stopped humming. I moved it to a workbench and tried to ignore it, but the urge clawed at me. All the moments I could fix, all the shame I could erase. I remembered the night I tried smoking for the first time, the girl I never kissed, the scholarship I lost. One by one, I tried to steer him better. Each correction left another mark. I aged in weeks, hair thinning, joints aching, vision blurring. But I kept calling. I kept calling. He didn't ask questions for a long time. Maybe he thought I was an angel. Or a ghost. Maybe some part of him knew I was him. But one night he asked, "Why do you sound scared now?" I didn't answer. By then my skin was a patchwork of lesions and old wounds. I'd lost teeth. My voice cracked like dry leaves. I moved slower, breathed harder. I'd stopped leaving the house. Every whisper through that receiver took something more from me. Then the dreams began. I'd see myself, my younger self, but he was changing too fast. His eyes were older than they should have been. His voice lower. He said things I hadn't taught him, hints of memories I didn't recognize. Once he mentioned a girl I'd never met, but felt like I should have loved. I woke drenched in sweat, chest tight, the phone humming louder. I tried to stop. I unplugged it. Not that it had a cord. I buried it in a box, sealed it with duct tape, shoved it under the stairs. For 3 days, the basement was silent. I thought I'd broken the loop, but then I heard it ring. No one else did. It rang once an hour, soft, hollow, like the ring was inside my chest. I started dreaming of ringing, of voices asking me why I'd stopped. I went back. He was waiting. His voice was stronger now. He knew who I was. "I've been thinking," he said, "about the choices I made, about the ones you didn't let me make." His tone chilled me. Not angry, cold, flat. I don't think I want to listen anymore. I tried to warn him, begged him not to do what I knew he was about to do, but I was too late. The final call didn't come from me. It came from him. The phone rang once, then silence. When I picked it up, he said only this: "I'm making my own choices now." Then the line went dead. Since then, the scars have stopped appearing. My body remains broken, but the decay has halted. The hum is gone. The phone sits on the bench, lifeless. I don't know what became of him, of me. I don't know which life either of us is living now. But sometimes when the house is very still, I hear a rotary dial spin in the dark, and know he's calling someone else. I was driving back from a friend's place outside Ash Hollow, one of those little towns where the roads look fine in daylight, but turn into spaghetti knots the moment the sun dips. My phone battery was dying, and I couldn't make sense of the signs, so I trusted the GPS even though it had already rerouted me twice. It said shortcut found, and I followed it. The road narrowed. Asphalt gave way to dirt, then to gravel, then to something else entirely. I didn't realize I'd crossed into something different until I looked up and noticed the trees. They weren't trees. Not really. The trunks were ribbed columns of rusted iron, flaking like old scaffolding left out in the rain. Limbs arced overhead like the twisted supports of a collapsed bridge, their edges jagged and sharp. No leaves, no birds, just the groan of metal shifting overhead, and that thick, cloying smell like burnt motor oil and rain on iron. I stopped the car. There was no signal. The GPS map was frozen, and every time I tried to restart it, the screen glitched into static. The road ahead didn't look drivable anymore. The iron trees pressed closer together, bending slightly toward each other like they were listening. I left the car door open. I thought if I walked a little farther, I might get a better view. Maybe see a break in the woods or a cell tower in the distance. Dusk hit fast. The light went strange. Not darker, just wrong. Too warm, like street lamps filtered through smoke. I walked until I saw something ahead. Edges, corners, a house. It looked like someone had set it down there by accident. No path led to it. No signs of clearing. The walls were pale green clapboard, the kind you see on old fishing shacks. One window on the side, a door slightly ajar. No lights on inside, but the frame of the building shimmered like heat off pavement. I don't know why I went in. I should have turned around right then, but the forest was pressing on me, heavy and metallic. I thought maybe someone inside had a phone or a map. Maybe it was just the only human thing in miles. The moment I stepped through the doorway, gravity shifted. My foot landed on what should have been the far wall. I didn't fall. I just slid sideways like a marble finding its level. The door slammed behind me. My ears popped. Everything inside that house was twisted 90 degrees. Chairs bolted to the wall. My floor lamps, hanging sideways from the wall that should have been the ceiling. A hallway stretched out ahead of me, and every step I took felt like I was walking wrong, like I was upright in a world that had rotated without telling me. I passed a mirror hanging flush against the door of a narrow room, except it wasn't a mirror. At first I thought it was just the light messing with the glass, but then I saw me standing inside the frame, facing me. Her eyes were locked onto mine, wide and startled. Then she blinked, slowly. She wasn't copying my movements. She raised a hand to the glass, trembling. Her skin was loose around her knuckles. Her hair, my hair, had thinned out, streaked with gray. I reached up instinctively, touched my own face, felt my jaw, my cheek. Normal, but in the glass she aged. Seconds passed, and her cheeks hollowed, her lips cracked, eyes yellowed, hair pulled away from her scalp. A soft rattle began in her chest, like someone breathing through a dry pipe. I backed away. The hallway beyond slanted harder. I had to lean against the wall to keep my footing, but the pull of gravity never changed. It felt like I was in a tilted maze designed by someone who didn't care about how bodies worked. My ears buzzed. My fingertips tingled. I tried to retrace my steps, but the door was gone. Or maybe the room had shifted. Or maybe I hadn't really moved at all. Every time I turned a corner, the angles felt sharper, more wrong. The house was breathing. I'm sure of it. The walls pulsed. The floor quivered under my boots like skin stretched too tight. I found a window eventually near what should have been the roof. It opened into more iron forest, but everything was brighter there, too bright lit from no direction. The trees had twisted together in spirals, their rusted branches forming spiral domes overhead. Nothing moved, not wind, not insects, just light and metal, and a low distant hum like an engine winding up for takeoff. I jumped. I didn't think, I just jumped. I landed hard. The ground wasn't soft, but it let me go. Dust billowed up around me, fine as ground glass, and I ran. I ran until the iron trees gave way to normal ones, until the weight behind my eyes lessened, until my ears stopped popping. I found my car again by dumb luck. The headlights were still on. My phone was dead. I drove without thinking, following the sky, just looking for open space. I didn't realize I was screaming until I hit pavement again. That was 3 days ago. I haven't told anyone. Not really. I still don't know where I went, or if I left at all. I keep checking the mirror when I brush my teeth, watching, waiting to see her again. Every night I dream of rust and sideways halls, and her eyes, my eyes hollow and old, staring out from behind the glass. Not a movie screen, not something theatrical. This was wet with terror, short and sharp like someone waking up to find their body no longer under their control. Then silence. Another hiss. A breath. Then a voice, gasping, pleading. Please, don't leave me. The station wasn't one I recognized. No call letters, no DJ, no music. Just that soft, ghostly hiss. I was turning the dial, looking for something familiar, when it cut in, sharp and sudden, a scream. It started with static. Not the kind you get between stations, but something thinner, quieter, like the air was hissing through my speakers. I was driving home from a late shift, eyelids sagging, the clock on the dash blinking 1:42 a.m. The highway was empty, just blacktop threading through the pines, wet from a light rain earlier. I had the radio on mostly to stay awake. I drove the next few miles in a trance, headlights cutting through mist. I wanted to believe it was some sick art project or prank. Maybe even a pirate station picking up distress calls from old tapes, war stories, something historical. But it didn't feel like history, it felt immediate. The next one was worse. A woman, the way she kept saying "it's so cold" over and over, while something bubbled in her chest. Then a crunching noise and the sound cut out again. I froze, hand hovering over the knob. I should have turned it off. I should have changed the station, but I didn't. Something in me, some cracked little piece of curiosity kept me listening. When my turn came, County Road 12, the intersection near the old feed silo, I slowed. That's when the radio spoke my name, not just the first name. The whole thing, clear, as if someone was sitting right behind me, whispering it directly into my ear. Then the crunch of tires on gravel, metal twisting, glass shattering. I hit the brakes. My car fishtailed slightly on the wet road and came to a stop. Hazard lights ticked in the dark. The radio kept playing. I was still listening. Westbound, midnight 38, red sedan, 2.5 seconds after light change, T-bone impact, passenger side, cervical fracture. I turned it off, slammed the knob with my palm. The silence in the car was deafening. My heart jackhammered against my ribs. I sat there for at least 5 minutes, hands white-knuckled on the wheel. But the thing is, I drive that route every night. I always get to that intersection around that time, and my car is a red sedan. I sat there staring at the crossroad, lit only by a dim, flickering streetlight. Nothing was coming. I inched forward, waited, nothing, static. Then a man's voice slurring through blood. "Help me, I didn't see the deer." A wet gurgle, tires spinning, the faint beep of a dying engine. The next night I didn't drive. I told my boss I was sick, spent the whole night staring at the radio, still parked in my garage. I don't know why I didn't just unplug it. Maybe I thought I'd imagined it all. Maybe I wanted proof. At 1:38 a.m., I turned it back on. I took the long way home. I started recording it on my phone. I needed someone else to hear it. I brought the file to a friend of mine who works in audio editing. Told him I picked it up scanning late-night stations. He listened, then gave me this look, half horror, half awe. "These aren't actors," he said. "This isn't faked. These are real." "How do you know?" Over the next week, I became obsessed. I logged every transmission, times, voices, what they said. I looked up accidents online, matched voices to obituaries. There were too many coincidences, too many names that lined up. I left, didn't say anything else, just drove, because I recognized one of them. He played it back, an old woman whispering for her son. "That's my aunt. She died 2 years ago in her sleep, alone. No one even knew she was calling out, but none shook me like my own." I played it again, one night, when I couldn't sleep. My voice panicked, shrill, nothing like I thought I'd sound. "No, I'm not ready. Wait." Then metal. Screaming. Silence. Instead, I changed my schedule. Told work I couldn't do nights anymore. Started taking morning shifts. Different route, different time. For weeks, nothing happened. I found him on Facebook. He works for a local HVAC company. Married. 2 kids. I almost messaged him. What would I say? "Hey, the radio says you're going to kill me in a car crash." I played it again. Slower. I wrote down every word. The timestamp. The location. Westbound. 2.5 seconds after light change. The voice even named the other driver. Stephen Carr, 44, driving a work van. Then 2 nights ago, I stayed late, covered for a coworker. I wasn't thinking, I was tired, distracted. It was almost 1:30 by the time I got on the road. I didn't realize where I was until I saw the silo. The light ahead turned green. I slowed, heart racing, looked both ways. No cars. I waited. The light turned yellow, then red. I waited through another full cycle. Then I turned around. Drove 20 minutes out of my way just to get home. That night, I turned on the radio. Static. Then my voice again. No, I'm not ready, wait." It hadn't changed. It's moving with me. I keep wondering if that means the future is fixed, or if I still haven't passed the point where it splits. Last night, I checked the tape again. This time, the timestamp was 1:41 a.m., 1 minute later than before. Whatever this is, it's still coming. It was 2:03 a.m. when I saw him. I'd just finished mopping the southern corridor of the exhibit hall, the section where we keep the early 20th century mining gear, pickaxes lined in rows, helmets with soot baked into the creases. The glass display cases always gave me the creeps, even before that night. Something about the way the headlamps and the helmets reflected back faint glimmers in the dim emergency lighting always made me feel like I wasn't alone. But that night, I was sure I was. I was pushing the mop bucket back to the supply closet when I heard the squeak. It was faint, just the one, like a wet boot pulling off linoleum. I turned around. Nothing. The corridor stretched out ahead of me, shining wet under the overhead fluorescence. No movement in sight. I chalked it up to the mop bucket, maybe settling on the floor. I turned back to the door. Another squeak, longer this time. Slower. I froze. Something about it wasn't mechanical. It had a kind of rhythm. Weight. Not the rattle of a wheel or a creaky hinge, but a deliberate step. When I turned again, that's when I saw him. Down at the far end of the corridor, standing just where the hall bends toward the old shaft exhibit, was a man in full miner's gear. I mean full dust-covered coveralls, a heavy helmet, and one of those carbide lamps on his head. He was facing away, walking slow, and his boots left deep black footprints in the wet floor. I didn't move, just stood there with my hand clenched around the mop handle. I couldn't hear anything. No footsteps, no breath, no creak of clothing. Just the distant hum of the HVAC and the squeak of his soles peeling off the linoleum one by one. I remember thinking maybe he was part of a film shoot. We'd had a documentary crew in last month. But this was the middle of the night, and I was the only one scheduled to be on site. And the footprints? The floor had been spotless. I take pride in that. Just 20 seconds earlier, I'd finished mopping. Now every step he took left a dark mark like wet soot, smearing across the floor and fading slightly as he walked. I called out. Just a sharp hey. He didn't flinch, just kept walking. Past the helmets, past the pickaxes. I followed slowly. My boots made no sound on the wet tile, but his did. Quiet little hisses, like coal dust being pressed into cloth. Then he turned, not toward me, toward the wall, where the corridor dead ends into a sealed shaft display. It's an old entrance, now blocked off by concrete. The plaque says the original tunnel collapsed in 1920, killing 12 miners. Their names are etched in brass. It's a somber display. We keep it roped off. No one goes near it. He walked straight toward it. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel the beat in my fingertips. I should have called dispatch, should have snapped a picture, but I didn't. I just kept following about 30 feet behind, not daring to breathe. He reached the wall and kept walking. I don't mean he vanished. I don't mean he dissolved or floated through. He just kept walking, like the wall wasn't there, like the tunnel was still open. His figure passed into the concrete like it was made of fog. The headlamp vanished last. Just a faint shimmer, then nothing. The hall was silent. I stood there frozen, for I don't know how long. 10 seconds? A minute? Long enough that my brain finally kicked back into gear. I looked down. The footprints were still there. They went from where he appeared to where he disappeared. 12 black impressions soaked into the mop trail. The edges were ragged, not clean like a wet boot, smudged like real coal dust, not paint or marker. I dropped to one knee, touched the nearest one. My glove came back black. That's when I grabbed my phone. I didn't call anyone. I took pictures. Every single footprint, the whole trail, from the bend in the hallway to the sealed shaft. I don't even remember thinking about it. I just snapped them one after another, heart hammering the whole time. I was terrified they'd disappear before I could finish. They didn't. The next day, our head of maintenance reviewed the camera footage. That corridor's cameras glitched at exactly 2:03 a.m. static for 94 seconds, then back to normal, just long enough for the whole thing to happen. But the pictures, he saw them. So did the museum director. The prints were analyzed. The material was consistent with bituminous coal dust, damp, not something stored on site. We don't use real coal in any of our displays. The shaft exhibit remains closed, but now there's a new plaque next to it. No announcement, no fanfare. Just 12 names and a 13th footprint embedded in resin near the base of the wall. I haven't worked night shift since. It started with the dare. Tyler had heard about the church from his cousin, who swore he saw lights flickering through the stained glass windows, even though the place had been boarded up since the late 70s. No electricity, no caretaker, no congregation, just the crooked sign still hanging out front. St. Elias Episcopal. As to fate, we drove out around midnight. Me, Tyler, Jordan, Lexi, and Bri. The church sat 2 miles off the main road, surrounded by frozen cornfields and windbreaks of dead trees. The gravel driveway hadn't seen a car in years, but the weeds didn't grow high. They stayed stunted, like the ground didn't want anything taking root. As we pulled up, the first thing I noticed was the warm glow inside, candlelight, flickering behind the colored glass. Just like Tyler said, Lexi laughed when she saw it. Probably squatters or some weirdo lighting votives for old ghosts. No one answered. We were already halfway to the door. The steps creaked under our boots, even through the frost. The front door swung open with a low groan. Not locked, not jammed. It felt like it had been waiting. The second I stepped in, the smell hit like dust, wax, and something faintly metallic. All along the pews, rows of thick white candles were burning slow and steady. Hundreds of them. No wind, no drips, just flame. The light threw soft shadows against the walls, and everything looked cleaner than it should have been. No cobwebs, no signs of wildlife, no graffiti, just old wood and silence. And the altar, it looked untouched. Cloth laid perfectly flat, 2 tall candles flanking a heavy leather-bound book. The death registry. Someone had scratched into the cover in uneven shallow gouges. Tyler reached it first. "No way this is real," he muttered, flipping it open. He froze. "And what?" Bri asked, moving beside him. Then her face went pale. I stepped up behind them, and my stomach dropped. The names were written in ink so black it still looked wet. Tyler Samuels, Lexi Voss, Jordan Ellison, Brianna Keene, and mine, Kyle Wren. No dates, no explanations, just our names, centered on the open page. Lexi backed away, hard enough to knock over one of the candles. It didn't fall. It didn't even flicker. Her hand passed through the flame, but she didn't flinch. "It's not hot," she whispered. "It's not even real fire." Then the doors slammed behind us. I ran back, tried the handle, but it wouldn't budge. It didn't even rattle. There was no lock, no latch I could see. It was just sealed. Then the air shifted. The warmth from the candles disappeared in seconds. My breath turned white. Frost crackled across the stained glass. The wood under our feet groaned, not like weight stress, but like it was breathing, shifting under us. The temperature dropped so fast I thought my lungs might freeze. Bryce started coughing. Jordan pulled off his hoodie and tried to wrap it around her, but the fabric stuck to his fingers, stiff with cold. Lexi backed into the aisle, arms wrapped tight around herself. "Someone's doing this," she said, teeth chattering. "It's a trick, some freak watching us." But there were no cameras, no sound, just the candles burning steady, and the book wide open. I tried the side door near the vestry, then the windows. Nothing gave. The glass didn't even crack when Jordan threw a hymnal at it. The sound just vanished into the cold. No echo, no bounce. Like the air swallowed it, and then the page turned. None of us touched it. No draft, no movement. It just flipped itself, slow and quiet, like a finger had brushed it. The next page was blank, until it wasn't. The ink bled up from beneath. like something was writing from the other side. The letters formed in the same hand, same black ink. You are here. You are seen. Verde started crying then. Quiet at first, but it echoed louder than anything else had. The sound bounced weird, like it didn't belong in the space. Lexi screamed and ran up the aisle toward the altar. She grabbed the book and hurled it against the wall. It hit hard and fell open. Spine cracked. Every candle went out at once. We were plunged into total dark, the kind that makes you feel blind, like your eyes are gone. The cold deepened. I couldn't feel my feet. I reached for my phone, but it wouldn't turn on. None of ours did. Screen's dead. Batteries full. Nothing worked. And then came the whispering. Not from around us. From underneath us. It was soft at first, like voices filtered through wood and dirt, but they grew clearer, like they were rising. Not English, not any language I knew, just sound, intent. It felt curious. Bri collapsed. Jordan caught her, dragging her back behind one of the pews. Her skin was so cold it felt like metal. Lexi tried lighting a candle again, using a lighter she found in her bag. The flame sparked and held, but it cast no light. The flame burned blue and didn't reach the air around it. Then the ground beneath the altar groaned loud, like splitting wood. A shape rose up from beneath the cloth. Not a person, just an outline, blacker than black, rippling at the edges like heat above pavement. It didn't move toward us. It just stood there, watching, waiting. I felt it see us, not just with eyes, with intention, like it knew who we were, like it had called us here. Tyler shouted something. His voice cracked, then cut off. He stumbled backward into the aisle, and the shadow moved for the first time. Just a step, but the boards warped under it, splintering silently. Lexi grabbed my arm, whispering over and over, "It's not real, it's not real, it's not real." I don't remember making the decision. I just ran, toward the vestry, toward anything that might be an exit. But the wall shifted. The door was gone. In its place, another book. Smaller, closed. No markings on the cover. I opened it. Blank pages, until one line appeared. Choose one. I turned to look back. The others were still frozen in place. Tyler was backing away from the shadow. Jordan was trying to wake Bri. Lexi was watching me, and then I understood. That was the way out. One of us could leave. Only one. I didn't write anything. I couldn't. My hands wouldn't move. The book closed on its own. The light returned. But the others were gone. Only the candles remained, and the names in the book on the altar. The last page now included a line in fresh ink. Kyle Wren remained. I didn't leave the church. Not really. I walk the cornfields, I hear the wind, but the door won't open for me. I am here. I am seen. I am part of it now. It was around 10:30 when I first saw it. I was walking to the post office in town, following the narrow sidewalk along Main Street, where the storefronts still had that old colonial-style brick facades, wooden trim, everything faded but neat. The morning sun was bright and cold, casting long shadows over the benches and newspaper boxes. There was hardly anyone around except an old man in a red flannel coat, walking a beagle, and a woman unloading bread at the diner. The poster was taped to a light pole outside the fire station, though I didn't recognize it at first. I saw the word missing in bold black letters at the top, and that usual block of information beneath it. Name, age, date, last seen. Standard stuff. What made me stop was the photo. It was me. Not looked like me. Not resembled me from a certain angle. It was me. Same eyes. Same small scar under my chin from a fall I'd had, whenever I'd had it. Same mouth. Same hair. Even the mole near my left collarbone, just peeking out from the edge of the photo. I reached out and touched it like maybe the paper would feel different if it wasn't real. Below the photo, the name read, Margaret Ellen Price, age 26, last seen October 7, 2005. It was dated 20 years ago. I stared at it for so long that I didn't notice the fire station door open behind me. A man, gray-haired, barrel-chested, friendly-looking, asked if I needed help. I told him no, just that the poster was strange. He looked at it, then at me, and chuckled like maybe I was joking. "You from around here?" I nodded before I could stop myself, though the truth was I wasn't sure. I'd been renting a little house on the edge of town for the last few months. Found it cheap, furnished, everything already set up. I'd told myself I needed a reset, someplace quiet, safe. But now I wasn't sure where I'd come from. I left the poster and walked straight home. I didn't go to the post office. I didn't run errands. I shut the door behind me and locked it. Then I stood in the kitchen and tried to think back to remember something. Anything before this past spring when I'd first arrived. But there was nothing. Not fog, not fragments, just nothing. My phone, my ID, the few papers I had, all of them said Margaret Price. They had Pennsylvania addresses, but none from before this town. My license was new. My credit history barely existed. I went back the next morning, hoping the poster was gone. It wasn't. There were more now. 3 others taped to nearby poles. One on the diner window. Another pinned to the corkboard at the library. Same photo, same date, same name. I asked the librarian, an older woman named Mrs. Coulter, if she remembered the case. She frowned and said the name sounded familiar but couldn't place it. She offered to look in the archives, and I told her I'd come back. I spent that afternoon searching online news articles, missing persons databases, police records, but I found nothing on a Margaret Ellen Price from this town or anywhere nearby. No reports, no updates, no mention of a woman disappearing in 2005. By the 3rd day, I started seeing people watching me. Not overtly, just small things, someone pausing too long when I passed, or glancing away when I looked up. A man at the gas station asked if I was related to that girl from back then, and when I asked who, he just shook his head and said, "Never mind." The posters kept spreading. A few were torn, some marked with faint, smeared writing like someone had tried to add something and changed their mind. I found one nailed to a tree near my backyard. I didn't sleep much after that. I'd lie awake and stare at the ceiling, replaying every moment I could remember since arriving. What had I been doing before I got here? Where had I lived? Who did I know? No faces came to mind. No places, just flashes of sunlight through trees. The feel of a steering wheel in my hands. The clink of keys in a lock. It wasn't memory. It was suggestion, like remembering a scene from a book you read long ago. One morning, I found someone had slipped a manila envelope through my mail slot. Inside were photocopies of old yearbook pages from the local high school. Class of 1996. There I was again. Junior photo, smiling awkwardly. Long hair pulled back. The caption said M. Price. Someone had circled it in red pen. No note, no return address. I called the school. The woman who answered told me their physical records only went back 15 years, and anything earlier had been digitized or discarded. When I asked if she remembered me, there was a long pause. Then she said, "I think maybe I do," and hung up. I tried driving to the next town over just to clear my head, but as soon as I crossed the bridge, I started feeling lightheaded, nausea, like motion sickness. My vision swam. I pulled over and vomited into the ditch. As soon as I turned around and headed back, it stopped. It wasn't natural. That's when I stopped believing this was some clerical error or prank. The posters weren't the only thing changing. My house began to look different. Not all at once, but gradually. The wallpaper in the bedroom had tiny blue flowers I swore weren't there when I moved in. The clock in the hallway ticked louder. I found an old rotary phone in the hall closet that I hadn't noticed before, and I'd cleaned that closet top to bottom. The photos in the living room frames had always been generic landscapes. Now they showed people, me, with strangers, always just out of focus. One image showed me standing on a dock with a tall man in a flannel jacket, arm around my waist. His face was a blur. I stopped going outside. I unplugged the television. I pulled the batteries out of the smoke detectors because they wouldn't stop beeping even after I replaced them. Something in the house hummed constantly, just low enough to feel rather than hear. My fridge started making a knocking sound in the middle of the night. When I went back to the fire station, the man who'd spoken to me was gone. The new guy had never heard of him. I asked if he'd seen the missing posters and he said no, not in years. I walked him to the pole outside. It was bare. They were all gone. Every single one. But when I got home, there were stacks of them inside my mailbox. No stamps, just folded and stuffed in tight. I stopped trying to understand. I couldn't trust the town. I couldn't trust my own memory. I started keeping a journal, but the entries vanished. I'd wake up and find blank pages. Once, I found a note in handwriting I didn't recognize. Stop digging. The last thing I remember clearly is opening the floorboards beneath the bedroom carpet. I'd felt soft spots underfoot, and when I pried them up, there was a cavity, a shallow space filled with dry newspaper clippings, old Polaroids, a rusted necklace I'd seen in one of the new photos. One clipping had a headline, "Local woman presumed dead after disappearance." No byline, no details, just that name again, Margaret Ellen Price. I haven't left the house in days, or weeks. I'm not sure. The calendar on my wall says it's still October, but the trees outside are bare and the snow has started to fall. Sometimes I look in the mirror and don't recognize myself. Other times I see myself staring back from places there shouldn't be reflections. In the toaster, in the window at night, in the dark glass of the microwave door. I'm still trying to remember who I was before this year, before the house, before the posters, but there's nothing to go back to anymore. I was about 2 days deep into a solo hike in the Appalachians when I stumbled on it. Not a trailhead, not a ranger station, just a mouth in the earth, ragged and black, hidden by bramble and thyme. The kind of place you only find if you're off the path and paying attention. The entrance was partially collapsed with heavy beams slick from decades of rot. There was no signage, no fencing, no warning. Just silence, moss, and a trickle of warm, wet air, rising steadily from the shaft like breath. It was mid-afternoon. The sun was out but low, and the light slanted sharp through the trees. I'd paused to drink water and adjust the straps on my pack when I felt that first exhale from below. At first, I thought it was just the temperature difference, cool mountain air meeting warmer air from underground. But then I realized it was rhythmic. Inhale, exhale. A pause, then again. The ground didn't move, but the air did, like something breathing. Deep down in the shaft, I crouched low and listened. That's when I heard it. Not wind, not animals. The unmistakable clatter of keyboards, the ring of a desk phone, a copier grinding out sheets of paper. I stood there frozen, one boot on gravel, the other in pine needles. There was no mistaking the sound. I'd worked in offices before. Fluorescent lights humming HVAC. Background noise like a river of small machines and human activity. That's what I was hearing. I leaned closer, holding my breath. It wasn't echoing off the walls like sound normally does in a tunnel. It was contained, distant but clear. A bubble of modern life sealed under a mountain that hadn't seen logging traffic in 50 years. My skin crawled. The entrance was too narrow to walk in upright. I unclipped my flashlight from my belt and dropped into a crouch, pushing in slowly. It smelled like wet stone and rust. Dust stuck to my throat. The light beam cut through the darkness ahead, but didn't reach far. The deeper I went, the louder the office noises became. There were no footsteps, no voices, just machines doing their jobs. About 30 feet in, my light caught something on the ground. A laminated ID badge. The plastic yellowed at the edges. The face was scratched out, but the name read Rao Lantham, and the company was Corticon Industries. I didn't recognize the logo, but the font was the kind of futuristic serif you'd see in the 70s. At the bottom, faded in red ink, was an expiration date, 06-1980. I turned it over. Nothing on the back, I slipped it into my jacket pocket without really thinking about it. My mouth was dry. My ears were still locked on the noises. Louder now, phones ringing, printers whirring, the occasional rustle of paper, a mechanical sigh from vents. But no people. The tunnel opened up a few feet later into a chamber. It was bigger than I expected. My flashlight hit old metal rails embedded in the stone floor, half covered in dirt. A broken cart leaned against the wall, its contents scattered. Filing folders, yellowed papers with smeared ink. One sheet was legible enough to make out a project code, Centra 9. Deep operations, internal liaison. I didn't know what that meant. I just knew that everything was wrong. The light from my flashlight flickered, then steadied. I turned slowly. On the far wall, tucked behind a shelf of stone, was a metal door. Clean. No rust. A keypad next to it. A green LED blinked once every few seconds. The keypad wasn't caked in dust. It looked new. I didn't move for a while. I just listened. The sounds were directly behind that door. Close now. I could almost hear the soft whir of an elevator. There was power. Somewhere deep underground. This place was still alive. I backed out. Slowly at first, then faster. I kept my flashlight low, the beam bouncing. The breathing air followed me, steady and damp. When I reached daylight, I didn't stop. I didn't look back. That night, I camped a few miles downhill away from the shaft. I couldn't sleep. I kept turning the badge over in my hands. Corticon Industries. I looked it up once I had a signal. They'd folded in 1980 after a fire at their main research facility in Maryland. The article was sparse. No mention of Appalachian operations. No mention of Centra 9. I still have the badge. Some nights I leave it on my desk and listen. It's quiet until just after midnight. Then I start to hear the faint tap of keys. A phone ringing once, somewhere far below. I moved to Harrow Ridge in late October, the kind of town where the leaves outnumber the people, and the biggest event of the month is the Rotary Club's pancake breakfast. I needed quiet. After years of software development for a major fintech company, my nerves were shot. Harrow Ridge seemed like a soft place to land, far from client meetings and server errors. The town's only rental was a small bungalow on Oakfern Drive, an aging ranch-style house with warped gutters and a half-dead lawn. My landlord, Carl Dietrich, handed me the keys without much ceremony. He wore grease-stained jeans and spoke like every sentence cost him money. The place wasn't much, but it had a functional kitchen, decent internet, and a big bay window that looked out onto a quiet tree-lined street. I met Mrs. Kowalski on my third day. She appeared without warning at my doorstep, holding a covered Pyrex dish and smiling like a storybook grandmother. Her hair was pinned into a cloud of soft white curls, and her lipstick matched the pink roses blooming beneath her front window. I made extra pierogi, she told me, waving away my awkward protest. You look like you haven't eaten in days. She was right. Between unpacking and debugging a freelance project, I'd been surviving on stale coffee and vending machine granola bars. Her food was rich and warm, heavy with butter and onions. It made me sleepy in a way that felt safe. After that, she stopped by often, always with something stuffed cabbage, stews, once even a loaf of rye bread that must have weighed 5 pounds. She never lingered, never invited herself in, but always smiled like we shared a private joke. A few weeks passed before I noticed anything strange. It started with the trucks, not the town's usual trickle of pickups and mail vans, but unmarked white box trucks that showed up late, never before midnight and never staying long. I'd catch glimpses through the side window as they reversed into her driveway. Men in dark hooded sweatshirts would step out and disappear into her backyard. I assumed she was having work done. I even convinced myself the trucks were part of some small-scale delivery business. Then I noticed the lights. Faint at first, barely visible through the narrow side window facing her house. A dull amber glow from her basement windows, sometimes flickering like firelight. Once I caught the silhouette of a man holding what looked like a crowbar, disappearing down the steps. I told myself I was imagining it, that my burnout had blurred my judgment. One night, I stayed up late debugging a back-end issue for a client. My monitor's glow lit the living room like a fish tank. Around 1:40 a.m., I heard the low hum of a diesel engine. Another box truck. I pushed aside the curtain, expecting the usual quiet offload and departure. Instead, I saw Mrs. Kowalski in her bathrobe, barefoot on the driveway, waving the truck backward with swift, precise motions. Her face was stone. No smile, no softness. I killed the light and stepped out onto the porch, barefoot on cold concrete. The air smelled like burnt plastic and motor oil. I crept to the edge of my lawn, keeping low behind the hedges. The truck's back doors were open. Inside, stacked against the metal walls, were black plastic barrels and what looked like heavy machinery wrapped in shrink wrap. A man emerged from the basement stairs, speaking in low, clipped tones. Another passed him, carrying a duffel bag that sagged under its own weight. I watched as they offloaded more barrels, some marked with industrial labels I couldn't make out. Something sharp and metallic caught the moonlight. My foot slipped on a patch of wet leaves. The faintest crunch. She turned. Mrs. Kowalski locked eyes with me across her driveway. Her mouth didn't move, but one of the men stopped unloading. Another pulled something from his coat. A flashlight maybe, or something else. I backed into the shadows, heart hammering. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the lights off and watched from my bedroom. Blinds cracked. In the morning, her front yard was clean. The truck was gone. So was the warmth. No more meals after that. No cheerful knocks. Just a cold, closed door and blinds drawn tight. When I saw her again, she was walking her trash bins to the curb. She paused, just for a second, and said without looking, "Curiosity is dangerous, James, especially for quiet neighbors." Her voice had lost all warmth. I told Carl about it, half expecting him to laugh it off. He didn't. He went quiet, then rubbed the back of his neck and said, "Best to keep to yourself around here." I tried, but something had shifted. I couldn't concentrate. I kept seeing those barrels, the wrapped machinery, the men who never spoke. I started writing everything down, dates, times, truck details, just in case. I even installed a second deadbolt on my front door. Then, one night, I heard the knock, not the cheerful tap of a neighbor bearing food. This was slow, deliberate. 3 raps. I didn't answer. A folded piece of paper was slipped through the mail slot, just one sentence. "We know what you saw." I packed a bag that night. I left before sunrise, abandoning my deposit and half my belongings. I never filed a report, never went back. My freelance clients thought I'd gone off-grid to recharge. Maybe that's true, but sometimes in the dark, I still smell butter and onions. It started with a smell, old paper and something burnt, faint and sharp like a memory of smoke. I was in the back corner of the town's public library, in the section no one visited unless they were hunting for something obscure or forgotten. The carpet still had the original 70s orange-brown pattern, and the hum of the overhead light had a nervous stutter to it. I wasn't looking for anything in particular, just wandering the shelves like I did most Tuesdays after class, thumbing spines, waiting for something to catch. That day, it did. The book didn't have a dust jacket. Collected essays on temporal disjunction. Dry stuff, academic, almost certainly dated, but it felt warm in my hand. I told myself it was just static from the wool sweater I was wearing, even though the air wasn't dry. The checkout system scanned the barcode without a blip. No flags, no alerts. It wasn't until I was home, seated at my desk with a mug of green tea cooling beside me, that I opened it. The margins were crowded with handwriting. At first, I thought it was some other academic's notes. They were precise, in narrow cursive, angled just so. The comments weren't summaries, they were reactions. Direct, personal thoughts responding to the content, and not in general terms either. They felt oddly intimate, reflective. 1. Beside a passage about recursive identity read, "That's what it feels like sometimes, watching myself think, like I'm always a second behind the moment. I paused. I'd had that exact thought before. Not in those words, maybe, but the sensation. I flipped forward, scanning the pages, chasing the voice in the margins. A few pages later, this argument is wrong. I don't feel split. I feel continuous, just stretched across too many places. I didn't like the way my chest tightened. The handwriting looked familiar. I pulled out an old lecture notebook from the drawer, flipped through a few pages, held them up side by side. My name was in the front of the notebook, and the handwriting matched perfectly, but I had never seen that book before. I didn't sleep much that night. Kept the book beside my bed. Every time I rolled over, I felt like I should open it. I resisted, mostly, but around 3 a.m. I gave in. I wasn't dreaming anyway. The air was cold enough that my breath made little clouds when I sat up. The house was silent. I opened to a random page. Why does it feel like this is happening again? Not like deja vu, more like rereading a memory I haven't had yet. The note was dated, in my handwriting with yesterday's date. That was the moment I started keeping the book with me. It didn't feel like a choice, really. I tried to leave it at home the next day, and couldn't stop checking my bag. Finally turned back halfway to campus. The book was still on the desk where I'd left it. Cold to the touch again. Over the next few weeks, the notes started to change. They weren't just responses to the text anymore. They referenced things I hadn't done yet, people I hadn't spoken to. At first, I thought maybe I was losing track of time, reading notes I'd written and forgotten. Maybe while half asleep. But then they described conversations I would have later that day. Not perfectly, just close enough. There was one about a question a student would ask in seminar. I remember reading it that morning, and then hearing the exact phrase later that afternoon. He'll ask about the paradox but miss the core contradiction. Smile like he knows he's clever. He did. I stopped using the library. Not because I was scared, but because I didn't want anyone else finding the book. It felt like mine, like it had always been mine. I dug around in the library's records, archival stuff. The kind of thing no one looked at unless they were researching town history. I found a photograph from 1972, the old library before it burned down. Whole wing destroyed in a winter electrical fire. In the image, on the table near the back, the same book. Same wear on the spine. Same torn upper right corner. I showed the photo to the new head librarian, just to see what she'd say. She squinted. Well, that'd be impossible, she said. That fire destroyed all the original catalog, everything. No survivors from that wing. No way a book could have made it through. I nodded, pretended I didn't care. But my fingers were already itching for the margins. I started writing back, just once. At first, a line at the bottom of a page where the notes had stopped. If this is me, then where are we now? The next day, a reply. We're always here. We just arrive at different times. I kept going. Weeks passed. The voice in the margins began to predict more. Not just events, but thoughts. Feelings. Regret. Pages would feel heavy before I even opened them. I started finding notes underlined 3 times, as if trying to get my attention. You'll forget what came first, reading or writing. Stop looking for the moment it changed. It was always like this. One day I woke up and couldn't remember checking the book out. Couldn't remember finding it. Just that it was always there, waiting, already filled with the thoughts I hadn't had yet. I stopped writing in it, but the notes kept coming. Sometimes they referenced things I couldn't have known. Personal details from my childhood, long buried. One page said, "You'll dream about the yellow kitchen, about the crack in the ceiling no one else noticed." I hadn't thought of that kitchen in years. I dreamt about it that night. I tried burning it, took it out behind the house, dug a pit, stacked dry wood. Pages wouldn't catch. I watched flames lick the edges, blacken the corners. But when I picked it up again, there wasn't a single mark. The note on the inside cover changed that night. We've tried that already. I don't take it anywhere anymore. I keep it in the drawer locked. But I still hear the sound of pages turning at night, like someone reading quietly in the next room. Sometimes I open it just to see if it's written anything new. Most times it has. And most times I don't remember thinking those thoughts until I read them there. Last night, a new entry. We're almost caught up. Just a few more pages now. I haven't turned past it yet. But I will. We got out there just before sunset. Me, Max, Chloe, Darren, and Bri. The old service road twisted through pine until it spat us out into a clearing that looked barely touched since the 70s. Fire pit already dug, logs arranged in a loose circle, even a rusted out sign with the letters faded down to ghosts. Perfect spot. Off-grid, no reception, nobody else for miles. I'd found it from a backpacking forum and thought it would make a killer setting for a spooky stories around the fire video. By the time the fire caught, we'd all cracked open drinks and pulled out our gear. Max had his drone. Chloe brought her DSLR. I'd brought a compact camcorder I found at a thrift store the week before. It still used SD cards and gave everything a kind of grainy, nostalgic look that I thought would add some retro horror vibes. We took turns recording each other, making jokes, exaggerating legends about nearby woods. Max even did a whole bit about a ghost hiker who followed people back to their tents. We all laughed, roasted marshmallows, passed around the whiskey. It felt good. Warm air, soft breeze, the kind of night you try to lock into memory. I remember panning the camcorder slowly across the fire pit, catching everyone in the flickering light. I said something dumb like, "last known footage," and we all cracked up. That was the last clip before the battery icon started blinking, so I shut it off and tossed it back in my bag. The rest of the night went by like any other campout. We talked late, shared dumb stories, fell asleep one by one. No weird sounds in the forest, no footsteps outside the tents, nothing strange. Just sleep morning, pancakes on a skillet. It wasn't until we got home that anything felt off. I dumped all the footage onto my laptop, hoping to piece together a fun little video to post. Most of it was just us messing around. Blurry, poorly lit, but full of life. Then I hit the last clip, the one with the fire. The sound cut in first, crackling laughter, a tinny echo of my own voice saying last known footage. The frame tilted as I panned across Max, Chloe, Darren, Bri, then centered on the fire, and there was someone in it. A man, standing dead center in the flames. Tall, lean, motionless, his head tilted just slightly, like he was listening. Skin pale, clothes dark. I couldn't make out his face. The fire flared high around him, licking up his legs and sides like wind-blown banners. But he didn't move, didn't burn. He just stood there. I froze. Rewound. Played it again. Same thing. There in the fire like he'd always been. None of us had seen him that night. Not one reaction on the video. No one looked surprised or scared. Just jokes and marshmallows. And this man, perfectly still in the flames. I sent the clip to Max and asked if he remembered seeing anything weird. He called me a minute later. His voice low, said it wasn't funny, asked how I did it. I told him I didn't. He hung up without saying goodbye. I checked the timestamps, pulled the raw file, even ran it through editing software to see if there were glitches or overlays. Nothing. No signs of tampering, just clean footage. But when I paused at certain frames, when the fire flared brightest, I could see his eyes open, watching. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning I called Chloe. She'd already watched the clip. Her message was short, "Something's wrong with your camera." Then she blocked me. I pulled the camcorder out again, flipped through old clips, thinking maybe it had been messed up before. Everything else was fine. No figures, no glitches, no spectral observers, just us goofing off. That afternoon, I took it outside and filmed a short walk down my street. When I played it back, my stomach turned. There he was again, not in the fire this time, but in the background, standing beside my neighbor's trash cans, still, staring. I called Darren. His line went straight to voicemail. When I checked his Instagram, all his posts had been wiped. Bride texted me hours later, just one line. Don't look anymore. I didn't want to, but I couldn't help it. I started filming everything. My room, my kitchen, the backyard, always with that old camcorder. And he was always there, sometimes in reflections, sometimes half-shadowed behind trees. Always still, always watching. I tried filming with my phone. Nothing. Clean video. It was only the camcorder. I thought about throwing it away, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. It felt like admitting something real, like breaking some thread I didn't understand. So I locked it in a drawer and stopped recording, but I still feel it. View it. When I close my eyes, I remember the way the flames lit his face, the way his eyes stayed locked on mine, even through the lens, like he wasn't just in the footage, but behind it, looking through. And now, sometimes when I glance at reflective glass windows, screens, I see him just behind my shoulder. Not always clear, not always whole, but there, always there. I first heard it on a Thursday. The house was unusually quiet. My husband had just left for work, and my daughter May was upstairs napping. I was in the kitchen rinsing out her bottle when I heard the unmistakable sound of her toy phone chirping from the living room. But that morning it rang. It was an old plastic thing with cartoon stickers flaking off the sides. Bright pink. No batteries. We'd taken them out months ago when it started playing sounds randomly at night. I never got around to tossing it. Not a ringtone. Not music. A voice. I froze. That was exactly what I told Darren over coffee, barely 2 hours before. We were alone. No phones nearby. No baby monitor on. It played a clip maybe 6 or 7 seconds long. My voice, saying something I hadn't said out loud ever until that morning. I don't think we should tell her about the money yet. It'll stress her out. I pressed one of the buttons. Nothing. I squeezed the handset and listened. Dead. I walked into the living room slowly, bottle still in my hand. The toy phone sat in the middle of the rug. I picked it up and turned it over. The battery compartment was empty. No hidden mic, no card slot, nothing but old grime and cracked plastic. Then it spoke again, this time Darren's voice. We'll figure it out before the weekend. She doesn't need to know yet. Same conversation. Same morning. Not a public conversation. No Alexa. No speakerphone. Just two parents speaking quietly over lukewarm coffee in a closed kitchen. I took the toy phone and put it in the garage. That night, after May went to bed, I told Darren. He laughed, but not in a mean way. More confused than anything. It doesn't have batteries. Weird glitch, he said, turning the toy over in his hands. Maybe it had some residual charge. The monitor was off. Well, maybe it picked it up from the baby monitor. He didn't have an answer to that, just gave me a look that said he didn't believe me. Or worse, that he did but didn't want to deal with it. I snatched it from her gently. Where did you get this? I hadn't heard it until May started laughing in her room. I went up to check, and there she was, holding the toy to her ear, giggling. The next day, it rang again. The recording that played this time was new. Just one sentence, spoken in a slow, garbled voice that wasn't mine or Darren's. There's something behind the wall in the basement. She pointed to her closet. It had been in the garage, I'm sure of it. I didn't tell Darren that night. I couldn't. He'd just dismiss it again. And the truth was, I wasn't sure what truth I was sitting on yet. We don't use it much. Mostly boxes, some tools, an old treadmill, spare paint. I walked the perimeter slowly, shined my flashlight along the walls. So after May went to sleep, I went down to the basement alone. Nothing. It took me 20 minutes to pry it off. Behind it was a narrow gap, barely shoulder width, filled with darkness and dust. I slid my flashlight in and saw something wrapped in plastic. Then I remembered the old panel near the water heater. A warped plywood square nailed into the concrete. I tapped it, hollow. I reached in and pulled it out. My skin crawled when I felt how warm it was. I turned it off, then on again, then hit rewind. It had hours, days of recordings, our voices, conversations in the kitchen, me singing to May, Darren's phone calls. It was a small voice recorder, one of those cheap dictation devices with physical buttons, the kind you'd find in a university lost and found box. It was running. The little red light blinked steadily, and worse, something was feeding it back. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room, toy phone in my lap, recorder on the coffee table. It didn't make sense. How had May found the toy again? Why did it speak in that voice? The toy phone had no electronics capable of transmitting anything. No Wi-Fi, no Bluetooth. But this recorder, this thing hidden in our basement, was hearing us. This time it played something I hadn't heard before. A conversation we never had. A woman's voice, faint, unfamiliar, saying, "It's watching through her eyes now." She's not just listening. The next morning, Darren left early. I watched him pull out of the driveway through the front window, recorder still clutched in my hand. As the engine disappeared down the street, the toy phone chimed again. I threw the toy in the trash that afternoon, smashed the recorder with a hammer. May didn't cry, she didn't even flinch. May stood at the bottom of the stairs, her tiny hand gripping the rail, watching me without blinking. That night when I checked the trash bin outside, the toy phone was gone. The next morning I found it back in her room. I've always been the kind of person who walks past the worn path and wonders where it might have led. That's why I was in that forest to begin with, a deep slice of wilderness out past Rockbridge, the kind of place even locals say you shouldn't stray too far in. The sun was dipping low when I noticed a narrow side trail, half covered in leaf litter, veering off the main route like it had been waiting for someone curious enough to follow. I didn't hesitate. I stepped off and didn't look back. The trail sloped down into a dense thicket of pine and deadfall. Everything got quieter the deeper I went. The wind stopped. Even the birds didn't follow. I remember brushing through ferns and thinking how odd it was that this part of the forest didn't seem on any map I'd checked. After maybe 15 minutes, the brush opened into a small clearing, and there it was, my house. Not just similar, identical. Same faded red paint, same swing on the porch with that frayed blue cushion, even the dented gutter I'd meant to fix. I stood there frozen, trying to rationalize it. I hadn't gone that far off trail, and this was supposed to be state land. No one should have been able to build here, let alone copy my home down to the last detail. A light was on in the dining room. I approached slowly, heart thudding until I could see through the window. Inside, my wife was setting the table. My son and daughter were already seated, laughing over something. It was like stepping into a memory, except it wasn't a memory, because I was right there, watching it happen in real time, and they didn't look up. They didn't glance outside. It was like I didn't exist. I circled around to the back door. The knob felt warm, like someone had just used it. I opened it without much resistance and stepped inside. The smell hit me first. Roast chicken, garlic bread, something sugary on the stove. It was the exact meal I'd requested for my birthday last year. I stood in the kitchen for a moment, unsure what I was even doing, and that's when my daughter walked in. She looked right at me. Her expression didn't change. No fear, no recognition, just polite confusion like I was a delivery guy at the wrong house. "Can I help you?" she asked, and her voice was just slightly off, too smooth, too even. Before I could answer, my wife appeared behind her, wiping her hands on a towel. "Are you lost?" she asked, friendly but distant. She looked at me like I was a stranger. I said her name. I said all their names, but they just exchanged glances like I was the one acting strange. That's when I noticed the photos on the wall. Every single frame held an image I remembered taking. Family trips, birthdays, holidays. But my face wasn't in any of them. Someone else was. He looked like me. A little older maybe, but definitely not me. The smiles were the same. The poses. but I wasn't there. I backed out without another word and ran. I don't remember the exact way back. My legs moved faster than my thoughts. I crashed through the brush and ran until the trees started to blur together. When I finally stopped panting, scratched to hell, I couldn't find the side trail. I searched until it got dark. I came back the next day, and the day after. The path was gone. I've spent every free weekend for the last 2 years looking for it. I've scoured satellite images, old property records, historical maps. Nothing. I even filed a Freedom of Information request with the Park Service, just in case someone else saw something. No luck. I stopped telling people about it after a while. You get tired of the looks, tired of hearing that maybe you had a breakdown or dreamed it all. But I remember the way the doorknob felt. I remember the way my daughter looked through me like I didn't belong. I remember the warmth in that kitchen and the cold that followed me home. Sometimes when I pass by my real house at night, I wonder if they're still in there. The other family, the ones who kept my life like a coat they didn't want to return. I wonder if that version of me ever wonders where I went. It started as a fluke, a hiccup in the night. I'd gotten up around 2:30 a.m., thirsty and vaguely irritated from a half-remembered dream. The house was dead quiet, save for the hum of the fridge and the occasional creak from the ceiling. I didn't bother turning on the lights as I passed through the hallway. The moonlight from the bathroom window was enough. I splashed some water on my face, blinking at myself in the mirror. I didn't notice the delay right away. At first, it was just a subtle sense of wrongness. I turned my head to the right, and a second later, maybe two, I caught the motion again, only this time in the mirror. I paused, squinting. My reflection a moment behind mirrored my puzzled expression. I turned my body to the side, then watched myself do the same, lagging just a bit too long. A 3-second delay. I froze. This wasn't a glitch in my head. I tested it, raised a hand, flexed my fingers, leaned forward. Each time my reflection followed a few heartbeats later. Smoothly, cleanly. No skipping like bad video, just late. There was no sound, no static, just the soft tick of the wall clock above the toilet, and my breathing. Slower now. I backed up a step. My reflection took its time, then backed away too. I whispered aloud, just to break the silence. What the hell? That's when it smiled. I hadn't smiled. I was frozen. Every muscle rigid, but the man in the mirror, me, showed his teeth. Not wide, just enough to register, like he knew something I didn't. I stumbled back and hit the light switch. The bathroom lit up in harsh yellow. The mirror reflected it a few seconds late, like the electricity took a detour in his world. I didn't wait. I walked out, shut the door, and leaned on it with both hands, heart pounding. I stood there for a while, maybe 10 minutes. Then I opened the door slowly and looked in. The light was still on, and he was still there. My reflection stood facing me, unmoving now. No lag, just motionless staring, perfectly still. I should have turned around and left, but I stepped inside again, slowly, half expecting him to snap back into sync. Nothing happened. His arms were down. Mine were slightly bent. I lifted one. Nothing. He didn't move. I leaned closer, cautious. That's when I saw it. His eyes. They weren't mine. The irises, normally dark brown, had changed. First subtly, then unmistakably. A soft pale green overtook them. A color I'd never seen on my own face. Not contacts, not a trick of the light, and his pupils round, but too still, as if printed on glass. I reached toward the glass with trembling fingers, pausing just short of touching it. His face didn't change, but something about his jaw made me think he was tensing. I pulled my hand back. Then I turned and walked out. That time I didn't shut the door. I left it open behind me, like I needed proof he was still in there. I didn't sleep. I lay in bed, listening. Every now and then I'd glance toward the hall. Nothing moved. But in the morning, when I finally crept back and peeked in the mirror, was empty. It reflected only what it should. A tired man, haunted eyes, brittle nerves, but I know what I saw. I don't use that bathroom anymore. I keep the door closed, taped a towel over the mirror, even though I know it doesn't matter, because I still feel it sometimes. That pause, when I brush my teeth in the kitchen mirror, or catch my reflection in a window at night. That tiny moment when I think I've already moved, and I'm still waiting for him to catch up. It was still bright when I got inside. Mid-afternoon sun filtered through grime-caked windows, washing the corridor in sickly yellow light. Most people avoided the place, of course. St. Harlan's Memorial had been shuttered since '99, after the flood, and it looked like it. Water stains bloomed on the walls like bruises. Ceiling tiles sagged. A wheelchair sat rusting in the hall. One wheel tilted outward like a broken limb. I came for the thrill. I always did. Abandoned places tell stories no one else wants to hear, and I like listening. I had my gear: flashlight, gloves, extra batteries. No camera today. I'd started leaving it behind recently. Sometimes it's better not to document what you find. St. Harlan's was bigger than I thought. Most of the medical equipment was gone, stripped by scrappers years ago. But some rooms still had things. Cracked monitors, empty IV stands, patient files gone soft with mold. The silence was deep, broken only by the creak of the building settling around me. I reached what used to be the maternity wing. Signs on the doors were barely legible, letters peeled and sun-bleached. I passed an old incubator, its glass dome cracked like an egg. That's when I saw it on the floor, in one of the delivery rooms, half hidden beneath a pile of rotting cloth and old charts. A camera, not a phone or a GoPro. A digital point-and-shoot from the early 2000s, the kind my aunt used to carry on vacations. The casing was scuffed, but intact. No visible water damage. I almost walked past it, but I didn't. I picked it up. It was lighter than I expected. The battery indicator lit up when I pressed the power button. Somehow, it still had juice. My thumb hesitated over the preview button, then pressed. The first few photos were what you'd expect. Medical rooms, hallways, a collapsed stairwell, then people orderlies, nurses, patients, dated uniforms and equipment. These weren't recent. The timestamp said 2000. Then I saw her, a woman in a hospital gown, mid-labor. Her face was red, twisted in pain, surrounded by masked nurses. The next image showed a baby, blood slick, just delivered, a small tuft of dark hair, clenched fists, timestamp April 17th, 2000, my birthday. I stared at it for a long time. The file info matched. My name wasn't in the frame, but I knew. Something deep in me recognized that room, the placement of the tiles, the yellowed cabinets. I scrolled further, more pictures, nurses cleaning the newborn, tagging him, wrapping him, a man I didn't recognize holding the baby, smiling weakly. Then a jump, a gap in time. 25 years. The final photo was dated today. It was the same room I was standing in, same sagging gurney, same crumbled curtain track on the ceiling, but the picture had me in it. From behind, flashlight in hand, backpack slung over one shoulder, head tilted slightly, looking toward the very camera I now held. I hadn't taken it. I was alone. I was sure of it. I dropped the camera. The click as it hit the tile echoed too loud. I spun around, nothing behind me. No footsteps, no breath but mine. I picked it up again, hands trembling now. I turned off the screen. I stood perfectly still, listening. Somewhere above me, metal creaked. A pipe hissed. I backed out of the room slowly. The air felt heavier now, as if something were watching. The halls all looked the same on the way back. At some point I realized I was retracing the exact route from those first photos. The same angles, the same doors. At the exit, I turned for one last look. The corridor stretched long and dark behind me. No movement, just shadows. When I stepped outside, the sun was lower. orange at the edges. I didn't take the camera with me. I left it on the gurney, right where I'd found it. I don't know why. Maybe part of me hoped that if I left it there, time would untangle itself. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept picturing that last image, the way I stood, the angle of my arm. It was too perfect, too framed, like someone or something had been waiting for me to arrive. I thought about going back, about smashing the camera, deleting the files. But that would change nothing. The photo existed. I had seen it. The moment had already happened. Days later, I looked up my birth records. St. Harlan's. Same date. Same room. I asked my mom if anyone had taken pictures. She looked confused, said no, said she didn't remember much from that day, just that the power had gone out during the delivery, and when it came back, I was already crying. Now I sometimes dream about that hallway, the one from the last photo. I'm always walking it, slowly toward the delivery room, toward the gurney, toward something I can't quite see, but I know I've already been there. I know I'll be there again. I just don't know when. It started on a Wednesday. I was late leaving the warehouse that evening, caught up in paperwork that should have been done before lunch. The route home hadn't changed in years. Same left at the blinking light, same 40-minute drive down the county road, past the soybean fields, over the old steel truss bridge, then another 15 minutes to the subdivision. That bridge had been there longer than I'd been alive. Locals called it Stoner's Crossing, though nobody could tell me who Stoner was. The first time my car stalled there, I chalked it up to bad luck. I was halfway across mid-span and the engine just died. No warning lights, no sputter, just silence and the faint whine of my fan blade slowing to a stop. I put it in park, turned the key again. Nothing. That's when I noticed the camera. It was one of those cheap dashboard cams I'd installed 6 months prior. Not a fancy setup, just a little suction cup mount and a power cable snaking down to the cigarette lighter. I'd gotten it after a guy sideswiped me and claimed I'd drifted. Ever since, I kept it running. It powered on with the engine and loop recorded over old footage. I didn't even think about it most days, but this time it was still on. The car was dead, the lights out, but the dash cam's tiny red LED blinked steadily in the dark. I leaned forward to check the screen. There was a man standing in the middle of the road, tall, thin, featureless in the low-res display, just a shape outlined against the darkness, directly in front of my headlights which weren't on. I realized, though the image showed a faint wash of light behind him. I looked up through the windshield. Nothing. The bridge was empty. I blinked, looked again, still nothing outside, but on the screen, the man was there, unmoving. I don't know why I spoke. Maybe just to feel less alone. "You're not real," I muttered, still watching the screen. The figure didn't move. I tapped the glass of the windshield. Hey, nothing. But the screen, something flickered. A shimmer, maybe, like heat rising off pavement. I put the car in neutral, then back to park, turned the key again. Dead. My hands were sweating now. I don't scare easy, but there was something off about this. Something precise. Intentional. I felt watched, not by the thing on the screen, but by the bridge itself, like it was waiting for me to understand something, and I did. Sort of. I leaned forward, closer to the lens, and said it out loud, "You can go." On the screen, the figure turned, just a shift in posture. No walk, no motion blur, no fade. 1 second it was facing me, the next it was facing away, moving slowly down the center of the bridge. The cam image tracked it until it was gone. My engine started on the next try. That should have been the end of it. Weird glitch. Maybe a software hiccup. Something to laugh about later. But the next night it happened again. Same time, same place. Halfway across Stoner's Crossing. The engine cut. Same dead dash, same silent car. Except now, I didn't waste time. I looked at the camera. He was already there. Same figure, same stillness. No facial features, just the rough shape of a man standing in a place where no one should be. I said it again. You can go. He turned, walked, disappeared, and my car started. It became a routine. Every evening, like clockwork. The exact moment I reached the midpoint of the bridge, the engine died. Every time, the camera stayed on. Every time he appeared, silent, still, waiting. And every time, I said the words. Every time he obeyed. By the third week, I wasn't even nervous. I stopped calling friends to tell them about it. They didn't believe me anyway. I started leaving work at the same time every day, just to see if the schedule mattered. It didn't. Only the place did. Always the bridge. I tried driving around once. Took a detour that added 30 minutes. No stalling. No figure. But I went back the next day. I didn't like breaking the pattern. That part's hard to explain. Eventually I stopped thinking about it as a haunting. It felt more like a conversation. One I didn't understand, but had learned to speak. Until last Thursday. I was halfway across when the car died. As usual. Only this time the screen stayed blank. I tapped it. Nothing. Checked the cord. Still plugged in. I slapped the side of the camera housing and muttered under my breath. Then the lights came on. Not my headlights, the bridge's overhead lamps. Ones that hadn't worked in years suddenly hummed to life in pairs. Down the length of the span, pale yellow arcs blinking into being. One after the other from the far end toward me. And when I looked up, he was outside. Not on the screen. Standing in the middle of the road. Visible through the windshield. Same silhouette. Same height. Only now, I could see more. His jacket was old, weather-worn denim. Pants torn at the knees. Hands hanging limp at his sides. Skin too pale in the sodium glow. He didn't move. I didn't breathe. I opened my mouth. Closed it again. Then forced the words out. You can go. He didn't. I felt it then. The weight of something shifting around me. Not wind. Not sound. Just pressure. Like air thickening. I said it louder. You can go now. He blinked. And then he walked, not away, not down the bridge. He stepped to the side off the yellow lines, onto the shoulder. As if yielding, the car started. No struggle this time. Just a clean rumble of the engine coming back to life. I didn't look at him again as I drove past. Didn't check the rear view. Just kept going until the bridge was behind me, and the radio crackled back to life with static. It hasn't happened since. The car runs fine now. No stalling. No strange images. No glowing lamps. But I still check the camera every night as I cross. And sometimes, only sometimes, there's a flicker on the playback. A frame or two. Too fast to catch unless you know where to look. Just a shape. Standing, waiting for an invitation it no longer needs. It was almost 11:30 when Milo and I left the house party. We hadn't planned to stay long. Just long enough to show up and not be harassed for skipping. The walk back to my place was a little under 3 miles. And with how rural things were out here, we weren't expecting anything more than crickets and gravel underfoot. The road was quiet. Trees flanked one side, wide open fields on the other, with the moon floating pale above everything like a dying bulb. We were halfway down the first stretch of gravel when I heard tires behind us. Slow, deliberate crunching that didn't match any normal driving pace. I turned. A dark sedan idled maybe 20 yards back, crawling at a walking speed. No headlights, just the soft glow of its instrument panel, and the faint clink of pebbles shifting under its tires. We stopped. The car stopped. Milo muttered something under his breath and tugged at my sleeve. We kept walking. It followed. I tried to convince myself it was a coincidence, maybe someone lost, trying to find an address in the dark. But we hadn't passed any cross streets, and nobody local drove like that. Not that slow, not that steady, not without lights. Then the driver's window rolled down. Need a ride, Milo? You too, Eli? The voice was male, calm, older, like someone in his 40s. Neither of us had ever seen that car before. We didn't know the man behind the wheel, but he knew our names. We bolted. There was a thin trail through the field that cut over toward the train tracks, a kind of shortcut. We used to take it during the day to shave time off our walk. At night, it was just shadows and dead grass. Milo was faster, but I wasn't far behind. No headlights flicked on, no engine revving, just silence behind us as we crashed through the brittle weeds and thistle. We ran until my lungs burned. Dirt clung to my teeth, and the cold air stabbed like needles with each breath. When we hit the edge of the tracks, we turned. The car was already there, parked clean on the gravel across the tracks, idling, facing us. No sound of approach, no headlights, just waiting. I froze. Milo swore and grabbed my arm, dragging me into the thicket beside the tracks. We didn't stop moving until we'd crossed into another field, stumbling down into a shallow ditch where we couldn't be seen. We stayed there for nearly an hour, crouched in the brush. My phone had no signal. Milo had left his charging on the kitchen counter back at the party. Every time I dared to peek over the ridge, the road looked empty. No sign of the car, no sound, nothing. Eventually we risked moving again, looping wide through the fields to avoid the roads completely. It took us twice as long to get home. By the time I unlocked the front door, my hands were shaking too hard to work the key right. I don't think either of us slept that night. A week passed, then two. We tried to laugh it off, say maybe it was someone from the party playing a messed up prank, but none of them had that kind of reach, or that kind of patience. It was a full month later when Milo called me. His voice clipped and flat. The car was outside my sister's school this morning, he said. Parked across the street. Driver never got out, just watched. I believed him. I didn't ask for proof. There was no need. After that, we stopped walking anywhere. I quit going to evening events. Milo changed his morning routines, but the sightings continued. Rare, quiet, never close enough to act on. Always just enough to remind us that he still knew where we were. It wasn't about catching us. It was about watching. Now years later, I still won't walk anywhere alone after dark. I move to a city, keep to crowded places, and never stray from main roads. But sometimes I still catch the edge of a black sedan in my peripheral vision. Just parked, just waiting. And even if it's not him, the fear hits me the same. The fear hits me the same. I've never figured out how he got to the field ahead of us that night. I've run through every possible explanation. Maybe there were two cars. Maybe he cut through another road. Maybe we just didn't hear him pass somehow. But I know that field. And I know the sound a car makes over gravel, over grass, over anything. We never heard a thing. It started with the coughing. My daughter Emily, barely 6, began to hack at night. Dry, wrenching coughs that sounded too old for her small body. At first, we blamed the dry air, then allergies, then maybe mold. The house was over 70 years old after all. A squat, sagging structure with bowed floors and warped windows. One of the many company-built homes dotting the hillside above the old mining site. We had moved into the house because it was cheap, and it came with history. My grandfather had worked in the same mine. Back then, families didn't rent these places. They were assigned. We thought we were reconnecting with roots. Instead, we inherited something else. Emily's cough turned into wheezing. Then my wife Rachel started getting migraines. Deep, blinding ones that knocked her out for hours. I brushed it off as stress from her new job, until my hands began to tremble. Not a jittery shake from too much coffee. This was something slower, more insistent. A tremor that made it hard to thread a needle or sign my name without the letters wandering. We saw doctors. Many doctors. They tested for asthma, nerve damage, diet deficiencies. Everything came back inconclusive. The pattern continued anyway. Our younger son Noah, barely 3, began to get nosebleeds. Bright red streams down his chin that started without warning. At night, we'd lie awake listening to each other breathe. I started waking up short of breath. lungs feeling like they'd shrunk a size too small. Rachel developed a strange rash on her forearms, red and lacy, like it had a mind of its own. It wasn't until we hosted a cookout that someone else noticed. My cousin Mark brought his girlfriend, an environmental science grad student. She barely stayed 10 minutes in the house before stepping outside and saying, "There's something off about your insulation." I'd never looked at it closely. Why would I? It was hidden behind the cracked walls and under the attic boards. But she was adamant. "It smells like slag dust, metallic and oily." A week later, she came back with a handheld tester and scraped a bit of insulation from the attic eaves. Her face turned tight as she read the numbers. "I don't want to scare you," she said, "but this is reading hot, not radioactive, just chemically volatile." We sent a sample to an independent lab in the city. When the results came back, I had to read the summary 3 times before it stuck. The insulation wasn't fiberglass. It was an unprocessed industrial byproduct, fine particulate waste from ore refinement, heavy in arsenic, lead, and mercury. I called the county office. They transferred me. I called again, got bounced between departments. No one wanted to say anything on record, so I started digging myself. Library archives, union records, old building permits. Most of it was dusty paperwork from another century, but the pattern became clear. In the 1940s, the mining company had surplus waste material from their smelter. Hauling it off-site cost too much, so they repurposed it, mixed it with a binding agent, and used it to insulate worker housing. It was efficient, cost-cutting, and to someone in an office, probably brilliant. No one thought about the long term. Or maybe they did and just didn't care. I tracked down a retired miner who used to live 2 doors down from us. He moved away in the 70s after losing his wife and 2 sons to strange illnesses. He remembered seeing grayish bags labeled with chemical symbols stacked in company trucks. They said it was just insulation, he told me, but it burned your eyes when you handled it, made your skin itch. I hired a private environmental inspector. She ran air samples, dust swipes, soil tests around the base of the home. Her conclusion was clinical but damning. The house was a delivery system. Every time the furnace kicked on, fine particles were stirred from the walls. Every summer, as the house expanded in the heat, the seals cracked and leaked trace toxins into the air. We weren't just breathing it. It was in the floors our kids crawled on, the dust that settled on their toys, the walls they leaned against while drawing with crayons. I reached out to neighbors, quietly at first. Some had similar symptoms, others didn't want to talk. A few got angry, told me to stop stirring up old ghosts, but a handful joined in. We filed a complaint with the EPA, then a class action. That's when things got serious. The company, long since merged, rebranded and legally insulated, claimed no responsibility. No conclusive link, they said. Decades-old construction practices. Their lawyers were polished and distant, armed with contracts no one had read when they first moved in. Our home became a construction zone. Hazmat-suited workers removed walls like they were handling radioactive relics. We were relocated during the abatement. I never let the kids back inside after that. Emily's cough improved once we left. Rachel's migraines became less frequent. My tremor, it stayed. Maybe permanent, maybe not. But the trust was gone. Every creak in a floorboard now sounds like a warning. Every old house on that street feels like a slow trap laid decades ago. They built the walls to last. They just didn't care who had to live inside them. It started with a splinter. I was pulling up the old hardwood in what used to be the guest room, my future office, when my glove caught on a jagged edge near the wall. I cursed, dropped the crowbar, and flexed my hand. Blood oozed around the edge of the glove. When I pulled it off, I saw a thin, deep puncture, but something else too. One of the boards had popped up awkwardly, like it had been forced back down at an angle. The grain looked strange, darker than the rest. I grabbed the edge and pulled. Beneath the floorboard was a small hollow space, maybe 8 inches wide, lined with dust and spider webs. Tucked inside was a stack of Polaroids. bound with a thin rubber band that cracked and broke the moment I touched it. The photos scattered across the plywood like leaves. I should have noticed it right away. The color palette of the room, the sheets, the window curtain, my bed, but it took a few seconds for it to register. Each photo showed the same subject. Me lying in bed, eyes closed, blankets tucked to my chin. The angle was always slightly different. Sometimes the image came from the foot of the bed, sometimes from the corner near the closet. A few were closer. One looked like it was taken from less than 3 feet away, aimed down at my face. My pulse kicked up as I flipped them over. The first one was dated in blue ink, March 7, the next March 12. Then March 20, the last photo where I looked like I was mid-breath, slightly open mouth, was marked April. I moved in on May 10. I stood there, crouched on the subfloor, staring at my own sleeping face, trying to understand. I ran through every possible explanation. A prank, a mistake, a neighbor with a similar room layout. But I could see my old suitcase in the corner in one of them. In another, my phone face down like I always leave it sat on the nightstand. I dropped the stack and stood up too fast, knocking my head on the low ceiling of the sloped dormer. I didn't sleep in that room that night, or the next. I slept on the couch, half watching reruns of some travel show, volume low, lights on. Every sound made me sit up. The wind outside felt loaded. At one point, I heard a sharp creak from upstairs. I froze. I didn't move for almost an hour. On the third night, I changed the locks. Every door, every window, deadbolts where I could. I didn't know what else to do. I considered calling the police, but what could I even say? That someone had taken pictures of me in my sleep before I lived here. I kept replaying the dates over and over. The photos were at least 5 weeks older than my first night in the house. I even checked my calendar, looked up the emails from my realtor. The seller had moved out in February. The house was supposed to be empty for months. I asked around the neighborhood in the most casual tone I could manage. The couple next door had lived here for years, retired, friendly in the way suburban neighbors sometimes are. They remembered the previous owner, quiet woman, maybe in her 60s. No visitors, no family. She'd moved into assisted living early in the year. Had I met her? No. The place was already vacant when I toured it. I told myself maybe the photos weren't me. Maybe they were someone else who looked like me. Maybe the previous tenant had a son or grandson who visited, and I just happened to resemble him. That would explain everything. That was the theory I clung to, until I found the envelope. It was inside the HVAC return, wedged between the frame and the drywall. I was changing out the filter when I saw something white peeking through the edge. I used pliers to get it out. It was sealed, no stamp, just folded paper inside. The handwriting on the outside read, "They always come back. Make sure you leave it better than you found it." Inside was another photo. I wasn't asleep in this one. I was staring at the camera, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, like I'd just woken up. I don't remember that moment. I've searched my memory, combed through every single morning in that house. I can't recall ever waking up to anyone in the room. But the look in my eyes, there's fear there. Not just surprise. Fear. That night I didn't sleep at all. I sat up in a kitchen chair, back to the corner, watching the entryway. The house creaked and moaned with the usual noises, but every shift in air made my skin crawl. When morning came, I opened every drawer and cabinet. I searched the attic, the basement, the crawl space under the porch. Nothing. No signs of entry. No hidden rooms or loose walls. But the feeling stayed. It followed me into the shower, into my car, into work. By the second week, I'd stopped using the upstairs entirely. The office went unfinished. My bed stayed neatly made. I started sleeping in my car some nights, parked in the driveway, engine off, windows cracked. Then one morning I found the front door ajar, just slightly. The lock wasn't broken, the bolt was still extended, but the door frame had warped slightly, like it had been forced, or maybe like it had been opened too many times in the wrong way. I installed a motion light, then a second. I bought a camera. 2, actually. One for the front door, one for the bedroom. I checked the footage daily. Nothing. No movement, no alerts, no shapes in the night. Just wind, shadows, and silence. The final straw was the second stack. It was in the attic, inside an old tin under the insulation. I was storing holiday decorations, something banal, and my hand brushed a metal edge. The lid popped off. There were more photos. Me, again, sleeping. Same angles, but the dates were recent. June 8, June 15, June 22, June 30, Veen. I moved out the next day. I told the realtor I had family matters out of state. I paid for 2 months overlap on a rental just to be gone without delay. I didn't pack most of my things. I just left them furniture, books, dishes, the camera footage too. I didn't want to see what it had missed. I still haven't told anyone. Not really, but I checked. Every time now. Every apartment, every house, I pull up floorboards if I can. I look behind vents, inside closets, beneath loose bricks. So far nothing. But I still wake up sometimes, heart pounding, with a flash of memory I can't place. The feeling of being watched, the whisper of movement in a room that should be still. And sometimes I think I remember opening my eyes in the dark and seeing the click of a shutter just before everything went black. The road was long, straight, and brutal under the midday sun. Just a 2-lane scar through the bone-dry skin of the desert. I'd been driving for hours with nothing but sun-bleached rock and scrub on either side, chasing the dotted line deeper into nowhere. My GPS had lost signal 2 turns back, and I hadn't seen another car since morning. I should have felt uneasy, but that gnawing part of my brain, the one that made me take solo trips like this, was humming. Curiosity always made things interesting. I first noticed the town when a green road sign blinked by in my periphery. Welcome to Dalton's Gap Est, 1912. I slowed instinctively. It wasn't on my paper map, and I had a good memory for names. The sign looked new, almost too clean. Shiny bolts, no rust. I coasted in, tires crunching over faded asphalt. The town unfolding like something half-remembered from a dream. It was small, maybe 8 or 9 buildings hugging a main street that curled slightly like a crooked smile. A barber shop, a general store with sun-warped windows, a church with a crooked steeple. Dust lay thick on everything, but no signs of real decay. No broken windows, no graffiti. It looked paused. I parked outside a diner, its chrome still glinting under the harsh light. The neon sign buzzed faintly. Penny's Place. The open sign glowed red behind the glass. I pushed the door open, and a silver bell jingled overhead. Inside, the air was cool. That was the first thing that struck me. No AC unit should have been running in a place like this, not after decades of abandonment. But it was crisp, almost like springtime inside. Every booth was set, plates steaming with food, coffee cups half full. A radio in the corner played something soft and warbling, like a 1950s ballad just out of tune. I stood in the entryway, watching the slow curl of steam rise off a plate of hash browns. No one was there. No cook, no waitress, no patrons, just the soft hum of electricity and the faint sizzle of a burger on a flat-top grill. I backed out slowly. The bell above the door jingled again, this time sharper. When I got back to my car, I noticed the second thing. My watch. It had been 12:46 p.m. when I entered, was now spinning backward. The minute hand jerked like it was trying to rewind a tape. I checked the dashboard clock. Same thing, seconds ticked in reverse. I turned the ignition. The engine coughed, sputtered, then roared reluctantly to life. I didn't wait. I peeled out of there, tires sliding a bit on the dusty road. The town seemed to lean closer as I passed, like the buildings were bowing in toward the street. But I didn't get far. The road looped. Not metaphorically. I mean, I drove for 10 minutes and ended up back at the same diner. Penny's Place. Same open sign. Same green signpost at the edge of town. As if I'd never left. I killed the engine and sat in silence. My hands trembled. I could still hear the radio from inside the diner. As if the walls couldn't contain the sound, it played that same off-key tune, skipping slightly now, a hiccup in the melody. This time, I walked. I crossed the street to the general store. The door creaked open easily. Inside, shelves were lined with canned goods, none past their expiration dates. A register stood on the counter, drawer half open, with crisp bills inside, modern ones, blue threads, holograms, not something from 1912. A wall calendar hung by the exit. October. No year listed. Every date was marked with the same word, written in fine cursive, return, outside again. I felt the heat press harder against me. The air was heavier. My watch hands had stopped spinning. They'd frozen at 12:46. The moment I'd walked into the diner, I looked up and saw the sky shimmer faintly, like heat haze, but it was localized, just above the town's boundary, a rippling wall. I made for the church, thinking maybe I'd find a phone or something, anything that hinted at recent life. The door was locked. I circled around and found the back propped open with a brick. Inside, the pews were dusted, but intact. Candles lined the altar, all freshly burned down to soft wax puddles. A Bible sat open, its pages yellowed, but the date stamp inside the cover read 2023. My chest tightened. I left fast. Too fast. Outside, the town had changed. Subtly. The barber pole was spinning now, slow and hypnotic. The windows of the general store no longer looked sun-warped. They gleamed. Music spilled louder from the diner. The road was gone. Not the whole thing. Just the way out. Where the road should have led away from the town was now a wall of sand, like the desert had swallowed the exit. I ran to where I'd parked. My car was gone. Not moved. Gone. No tracks, just undisturbed dust. The panic hit then. Full force. I screamed. I shouted. I walked in circles until my voice cracked. Every time I tried to walk out toward the horizon, I ended up back on Main Street. I don't remember when the time loop broke. Could have been minutes, could have been hours. But at some point I gave up trying to outsmart the streets and just sat at one of the booths inside the diner. The hash browns were still warm. I ate them. I don't know why. Hunger? Resignation? Maybe I thought playing along would help. It did. The lights flickered. The song on the radio ended with a soft static hiss. I looked out the window and saw my car right where I'd left it. The road was back. The diner lights buzzed once more and went dark. I didn't think. I ran. I didn't even open the car door. I flung myself into it, twisted the key, and took off down the highway. No looking back. When I finally saw another car, I nearly wept. My phone buzzed with a burst of messages. GPS came back online. My watch ticked normally. Dalton's Gap doesn't exist. Not on maps, not in history. I've looked. I even drove back weeks later with a friend. Nothing was there. Just sand. Scrub. Endless heat waves. But sometimes when I'm driving alone through nowhere, I catch that same off-key song on the radio, and for a second, I swear I taste warm hash browns on my tongue. I was 3 hours into the shift when the thermal feed hiccuped. Not a drop, not a freeze. It was a clean refresh, the kind the system does every 90 seconds when the buffer clears and the overlays redraw. I remember the time because I had just rolled my chair back to stretch my calves and glanced at the wall clock out of habit. The second hand was crossing the bottom, 3:30 a.m. I leaned forward again and brought the camera grid back to full screen. The server farm was quiet in the way only sealed buildings get at night, a silence held together by fans and air handlers. On the standard optical feed, the aisle looked empty. White floor, black racks, green LEDs ticking like distant cities. On the thermal, there was a standing shape between rows K and L. It registered as a human outline. Not a heat bloom, not a smear. Head, shoulders, torso, legs. The color scale was set to iron bow, so the racks glowed dull blue and the vents bled a steady yellow. The figure sat at a uniform orange that suggested body heat, except there was nothing on the optical. I toggled between feeds twice to make sure I wasn't mixing windows. The thermal view held steady. The optical showed empty air. My job is to notice things that don't fit and to exhaust the normal reasons before I escalate. I pulled the camera ID and checked the timestamp overlay. No lag. I checked the last maintenance log. No authorized entry. I checked the badge reader for that aisle. No hits since midnight. I told myself the thermal camera could be picking up a hotspot from an exhaust plume, some weird convection pattern that fooled the algorithm into outlining a person. That happens near vents sometimes, especially if the HVAC cycles. I zoomed. The outline shifted its weight. It was a small motion, the kind you'd miss if you weren't staring. The orange mass leaned left, then right, as if looking. The head shape dipped and rose. On the optical feed, the aisle stayed empty. I could see the yellow warning stripe on the floor, uninterrupted. I brought up the system status panel to check the camera health. Calibration was green. Ambient temperature stable. No error flags. I switched the palette to grayscale to rule out a color mapping artifact. The shape stayed. I didn't speak. The opening of any incident report I've ever written starts with what I did, not what I thought, and I was already composing sentences in my head. I took screenshots of both feeds with the same timestamp and saved them to the incident folder. I tagged the clip for retention. Then the figure took a step. The thermal image showed a foot moving forward, contacting the floor. There was a corresponding change in the floor temperature, where the foot touched. A faint orange footprint that cooled back to blue within a second. The optical feed still showed nothing. I stood up. I don't know why. There was no reason to leave the console, but my body made a decision before my head caught up. The room I was in smelled like coffee and ozone from the UPS. The hum of the racks through the wall was a constant pressure. I put a hand on the desk to steady myself and leaned back toward the monitors. The figure walked down the aisle, not fast, purposeful. It stopped in front of cabinet K17, the one with the locked panel and the auxiliary control box bolted to the side. That cabinet housed legacy equipment we kept powered down unless needed. A redundant unit for a client that refused to decommission. The power leads were physically disconnected. The lock had a numbered seal. I knew because I'd checked it myself the week before. On the thermal feed, the figure raised an arm, the hand aligned with the auxiliary box. The box warmed under the contact point, a small bloom spreading from where fingers should be. On the optical, the box sat there, dull gray, untouched. The fans in K17 spun up. I heard it through the wall. A change in pitch that cut through the background noise. The status LEDs on the optical feed flickered from dark to green. The cabinet's internal temperature climbed on the thermal, a steady gradient like a sunrise. I sat back down hard enough that the chair bumped the desk. My first thought was that someone had backfed power into the line. My second was that the camera feed was wrong. My third was that if either of those were true, the alarms would already be screaming. They weren't. I pulled up the power distribution panel read out. The breaker feeding K17 was open. Zero load. I pulled the rack PDU status. Disconnected. I pulled the UPS logs. No surge, no handoff. The machine was running without power. This is the point where you call your supervisor. You don't speculate. You don't try to fix what you don't understand. You escalate. I picked up the phone and gave my badge number to the nightline. When my supervisor came on, I kept my voice level and my words narrow. I reported an anomaly on the thermal feed, a mismatch with optical, an unauthorized operation of disconnected equipment. I sent the screenshots and the clip. He asked me to confirm the lock seal on K17. I zoomed the optical feed. The seal hung intact, the numbered tag visible. I read it off. He asked me to dispatch on-site security. There wasn't any. After midnight, it was me and the cameras. He asked me if there was any chance of a prank or test. I said no. Tests are logged. Pranks require people. He told me to keep observing and not to enter the server room. He said he was looping in facilities and engineering. The figure on the thermal feed stood still, its arm still raised. The auxiliary box glowed. Then the hand lowered. The fans in K-17 maintained speed. The internal temperature leveled off. The figure turned its head toward the camera. I don't know how else to describe it. The thermal outline rotated. The head shape faced the lens. There were no features, just a suggestion of where a face would be. A hotter oval where eyes might be. The camera was mounted high, angled down the aisle. If there had been a person there, they would have had to crane their neck to look directly into it. I felt seen in a way that had nothing to do with optics. I toggled to a different camera angle, one that covered the cross aisle. The thermal figure appeared there too, same position relative to the racks. On the optical, the cross aisle was empty. I toggled to a third camera, same thing. The system was consistent across feeds. The supervisor came back on the line. His voice was tighter. Engineering was seeing the same thing on their consoles. Facilities reported no power anomalies. He told me to start a formal incident report and to note every change in status with timestamps. I did. I typed with care, choosing words that described what the instruments showed without adding weight. Thermal imaging indicates humanoid-shaped heat signature, without corresponding optical presence. Legacy cabinet K-17 operational, despite disconnected power sources. Observed interaction between heat signature and auxiliary control box. The figure moved again. It walked past K-17 to K-18, then K-19. At each cabinet, it paused. At K-22, it reached out. That cabinet's fan spun up too. Then K-23, then K-24. A row of dark, disconnected machines came alive in sequence. The thermal feed showed the figure's hands moving from box to box. The optical feed showed nothing touching anything. The racks hummed louder, a chorus building. The air temperature in the room rose by a degree, then another. The HVAC responded, vents brightening on the thermal. Engineering cut in on the call. They wanted to know if any load was registering anywhere. I confirmed none. They wanted to know if any network traffic was spiking. I pulled the graphs. Flat lines. The machines were on, but they weren't talking. Facilities asked if there was any sign of fire. There wasn't. The thermal gradients were smooth within normal operating ranges. The smell in my room didn't change. The figure stopped in the middle of the aisle. It stood there as the machines ran. On the thermal, the outline flickered. The edges less defined, like heat shimmering off asphalt. The center stayed solid. I thought about the word presence, and how often it gets used when people don't know what else to say. I avoided it in the report. I stuck to measurements and images. The supervisor asked me to describe the shape again. I did. He asked if it matched a known artifact. I said no. He asked if I felt safe. That question landed heavier than the others. I answered honestly. I was sitting in a locked room with reinforced walls and redundant systems. The thing I was observing wasn't in my room. There was no reason to believe it could be. My hands were shaking anyway. At 3:47 a.m., the figure began to fade. Not vanish. Fade. The thermal intensity dropped. The orange cooling toward yellow, then blue. The outline blurred. The machines kept running. The fans maintained speed. The LEDs stayed green. By 3:50, the thermal feed showed an empty aisle. The optical feed had never shown anything else. The optical feed had never shown anything else. The machines ran for another 12 minutes. Then, one by one, they spun down. The fans slowed. The LEDs went dark. The internal temperatures fell back to ambient. The auxiliary boxes cooled. I documented the shutdowns with timestamps. Engineering confirmed that no commands had been sent. Facilities confirmed no power had been restored. At 4:15, the supervisor told me to lock the feeds and preserve all data. He said a day team would be in to inspect the physical site. He said to stay put and keep watching. The rest of the shift passed without incident. I stared at empty aisles and listened to the hum. I drank cold coffee. I wrote, the day team found nothing. The locks were intact. The seals unbroken. The cables disconnected as recorded. There were no footprints, no smudges, no signs of human entry. The thermal cameras calibrated normally when tested against known sources. The optical cameras showed no glitches. Engineering ran diagnostics on the cabinets. No damage, no logs indicating startup commands, no network traffic during the event. Facilities checked the power infrastructure from the substation to the PDUs. No anomalies. They replayed the footage in a conference room with the lights on. The thermal figure looked the same on a bigger screen. Someone suggested a composite artifact, a coincidence of reflections and heat plumes that our brains wanted to turn into a person. Someone else pointed out the footprints. I wasn't asked for theories. I was asked for facts. I gave them. By the end of the week, the site was closed. Not for investigation. Permanently. The client was notified. The equipment was decommissioned on paper and left in place. The cameras were powered down. The locks stayed. My incident report was filed and archived. The screenshots and clips were tagged for long-term retention. I was reassigned to a different facility. I still think about that aisle at 3:30 a.m. About the way the thermal image held together when it shouldn't have. About machines that ran without power. I think about how careful language can be, and how sometimes it still isn't enough. I don't say I saw a ghost. I say the instruments recorded something that behaved like a person, and interacted with machines in ways we couldn't account for. I say the site is closed. I say the footage exists. I say I was there, watching, when the feeds refreshed and the room was not empty anymore. I moved to Fairfield that spring for the quiet. After a decade in Chicago, the endless churn of sirens, shouting, and blinking advertisements had hollowed me out. The town was small, fewer than 5,000 people, one main street and a gas station that still had analog pumps. The rental house was modest, a 2-bedroom with faded siding and a slumped porch. But it sat on a tree-lined street with kids' bikes left out and neighbors who waved from their lawns. I unpacked a U-Haul alone and spent my first night on a mattress on the floor. Windows cracked open to the cool hum of frogs. Mrs. Kowalski lived next door. I met her the second morning when she appeared at my door holding a covered plate like it was the most natural thing in the world. "You look too busy to cook," she said with a warm smile and a nod at the moving boxes. The plate held baked chicken and green beans, still warm. She wore a cardigan and orthopedic shoes, her white hair brushed into a neat twist. Her presence felt comforting, like the last page of a storybook. Over the next few weeks, we became familiar. She'd bring over soup, cookies, a casserole, always saying I reminded her of her late son. I started leaving her little thank you notes in her mailbox. It felt good to have someone watching out for me again. I hadn't realized how much I missed that until it returned. Being a software developer, I mostly worked from home. Late nights weren't unusual, especially when I was knee-deep in code. That's when I started noticing the cars, a low growl of engines between 1 and 3 in the morning, headlights slicing across my blinds. At first I assumed it was a neighbor's kid sneaking out, or someone on a late grocery run, but the same few vehicles showed up more than once. A beat-up Mustang, a dark pickup with mismatched panels, a van with a sliding door that never fully shut. They'd pull into Mrs. Kowalski's driveway, idle for a few minutes, then leave. One night, curiosity got the better of me. I killed the lights, crouched by the living room window, and watched through the slit between the blinds. A young man stepped out of the van, maybe mid-20s, wearing a hoodie and ball cap pulled low. He didn't knock. He went straight into her garage, which opened almost immediately as if someone inside had been waiting. The door closed behind him. 15 minutes later, he came out carrying a small duffel bag and drove off. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe her grandson. Maybe she was helping someone down on their luck. But once I started paying attention, it kept happening. Not nightly, but often enough to notice a pattern. Different young men, sometimes the same faces, always slipping into the garage at strange hours, and leaving with bags or small boxes. I started staying up, watching. I kept notes, dates, times, descriptions. It didn't make sense. She baked me banana bread. She wore reading glasses on a chain around her neck. One evening, just after dusk, I took my trash out and noticed her garage light on. The door was open a few inches. I lingered at the curb, pretending to check my phone. Inside, I saw metal shelving, bins stacked high, and something that looked like a scale. There was also a strong chemical smell I couldn't place. A motion light snapped on, startling me. A shape moved behind the shelves. I turned and walked back to my house without looking again. The next morning, she brought over a peach cobbler. Her hands shook slightly as she handed me the dish. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. That night I didn't see any cars, nor the night after that. On the third night, I was woken by knocking. I opened the door in my pajamas. Mrs. Kowalski stood there. She looked smaller somehow. Her cardigan pulled tight around her frame. "We need to talk," she said. I stepped aside. She didn't sit, just stood in the center of my living room, scanning the space as if deciding whether to say what she came to say. "You've been watching," she said. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. "I don't blame you, but I need you to stop." She reached into her pocket. My stomach tightened, but she only pulled out a folded piece of paper. One of my notes. Date, time, vehicle description. She must have found it in her mailbox. One I thought was secure. I've been part of something for a long time, not because I wanted to be, but because it was the only way to survive after my husband died. Her voice was flat, tired. "You're not from here. You don't know how thin the line can get." She walked to the door, then turned. "You're smart. You'll understand why I'm telling you this now. Don't mention this to anyone. Don't ask questions, and don't watch anymore." Then she left. I didn't sleep. The next day, I called out sick. I considered going to the police, but what would I say? That an old lady brought me chicken and might be part of something illegal? That I watched her house through my blinds like a creep? Even if they believed me, what could they prove? That week, her garage stayed closed. The night traffic stopped. She didn't bring over food again, but sometimes when I passed her house, I saw her watching from the window. The same still expression each time. I still live in Fairfield. I mind my business. I code. I walk. I nod at neighbors. Mrs. Kowalski passed away the following winter. Heart failure. The obituary called her a devoted mother and community volunteer. No one talks about what she did, and I don't ask. I'd been driving for hours. The kind of drive where the radio becomes just background noise and the lines on the highway start to blur together. Mara had dozed off in the passenger seat, her head pressed against the window, lips slightly parted. The hum of the tires and the occasional whoosh of a passing truck were the only sounds besides my own steady breath. The sun had dipped below the horizon an hour ago, leaving the world in that in-between haze. Blue shadows, low light, nothing quite solid. That's when we saw the sign. "Welcome to Calhoun Ridge." It said in plain green lettering. Population 3. 482. The name felt like a fishhook dragging through my memory. Sharp and slow. I didn't remember having been there, but something in my chest tightened as we passed the town limits. It was like deja vu mixed with vertigo. A lurch from the gut. A feeling I was somewhere I wasn't meant to be. Mara stirred, blinked sleepily at the dashboard. "Gas soon?" "Yeah," I told her, voice low, not trusting it fully. Saw a station a few miles back, but I hadn't. I hadn't seen anything since the last highway exit. Just trees pressing close, silhouettes against a bruised sky. We drove deeper into the town. Calhoun Ridge didn't sprawl like others. It folded in on itself. A tight grid of narrow streets and low buildings, all bathed in that too quiet evening hush. No neon signs, just old storefronts with yellowing posters in the windows. A hardware store with hand-painted hours on the glass. A diner with a flickering open sign that pulsed like a heartbeat. We pulled into the gas station on the corner, one of those ancient ones with a single rusted pump and no canopy overhead. I got out, stretching my legs, the air pressing down on me like a damp cloth. I looked up. No stars. Something was off. As I reached for the pump handle, I realized the numbers on the display were already spinning. I hadn't swiped a card, hadn't even lifted the nozzle. It just ticked away, gallons pouring into a tank that wasn't connected. I froze. Inside the station, behind dusty glass, a man stood perfectly still behind the counter. He wasn't looking at me, his gaze was fixed at something behind me. Unblinking. I turned slowly. Nothing was there. Just Mara, stepping out of the car, stretching her arms and rubbing her eyes. "Everything okay?" she asked. I nodded too quickly. "Yeah. Let's just keep moving." We didn't fill up. I got back in the car, started the engine, and drove. The streets were emptier now. Not abandoned, just still. Curtains twitched in upper windows. A dog barked once, and then nothing. No wind, no music, just that slow crawling dread thickening with every block. Mara pulled out her phone to check directions. "GPS is acting weird," she said, tapping the screen. "It says we're in 2 places at once." "What?" "It's like it's blinking between here and somewhere a couple 100 miles north." I glanced at her screen and felt my stomach drop. The map kept flashing between Calhoun Ridge and another town I didn't recognize. But each time it switched, the streets looked the same. Same layout, same corner diner, same shape of buildings, just different names. That's when I remembered the exit. Not the one we took, but the one I'd missed. About 20 miles back there had been a turnoff with no sign, just a worn path that veered sharply away from the highway. I remembered slowing down as we passed it, my hand twitching toward the signal, and then Mara had laughed at something on her phone, and I'd kept going. Now I wished I hadn't. We circled the town twice, looking for the way out. Each time we thought we'd found it, we ended up back near the gas station. The layout was warped, folding in strange ways, right turns leading to alleys we'd already passed, back roads spitting us out in places that didn't match the turns we'd taken. And the feeling, it wasn't just dread anymore. It was certainty. My bones knew what my brain hadn't caught up to yet. We were being warned. "This exit," I muttered, gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles paled. "There's something about it. I think I knew not to come here." Mara frowned. "What are you talking about?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But it's not just deja vu. It's like I've escaped this place before." That word escaped sat between us, heavy and wrong. A flash of movement caught my eye. Up ahead, just past a sharp turn near an overgrown fence, there was a narrow road sloping downward. No sign, no lights, just gravel and shadows. I slowed the car. Mara shifted. "That's not on the map." "It's the exit," I said. "How do you know?" "I don't," I said, "but we're not supposed to be here." I turned the wheel and eased onto the road. As soon as we did, the air felt thinner. The silence changed pitch, almost like we'd broken a surface tension. We didn't speak, just drove. The road wound downward in a lazy coil, trees crowding close on either side, the darkness swallowing our headlights. I checked the mirror. The town was gone. No lights, no gas station, no sign of Calhoun Ridge at all. We drove for 20 minutes in silence. Then the road joined a highway again. Clean pavement and bright lane markers stretching into the distance. Mara let out a breath. "That was weird." "Yeah. Do you think we were lost?" "No," I said, staring straight ahead. "I think we were supposed to get lost." Neither of us looked back. We never found Calhoun Ridge on a map again. And sometimes when I'm driving near dusk, and the signs start to blur, I feel my hands tense on the wheel. There's always a moment, just one, where I know I've seen a town before. But I don't stop. I keep going. Because some places don't want you to leave twice. It was just past 11:30 on a Friday night when Milo and I turned off the main road onto a gravel stretch that cut through the woods. We'd missed the last bus, and neither of us wanted to wait around in town. Our bikes were locked back at school, and with no other way home, we figured the walk would clear our heads. The stars were mostly hidden behind cloud cover, and the forest lining both sides of the road pressed in close. The only light came from my phone, which I kept tilted low to preserve the battery. We weren't talking much. The crunch of our shoes over loose stones filled the space between us, mixed with the occasional rustle from the trees. It was cold enough to see our breath. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once, then went quiet again. I remember thinking how far from everything it suddenly felt, like we'd walked out of the world without realizing it. Then came the sound of tires. A vehicle eased onto the road behind us. The crunch of gravel under its wheels was slow, deliberate. We both turned, expecting it to pass, but it didn't. It stayed maybe 30 feet back, its headlights off. Just the glow of the dash lit the windshield faintly. Milo stopped walking. I did too. Neither of us said anything. We just waited. The car inched closer. An old sedan, dark-colored low to the ground. It crept forward like it was pacing us. I tried to make out the driver, but the shape behind the wheel didn't move much. Then the engine revved, just a little, and the car drifted up beside us. The window rolled down. The man behind the wheel looked to be in his 40s, pale face, hair slicked down like he'd combed it with water. He leaned out, stared directly at me first, then at Milo. His eyes didn't move around like normal people's do. They locked on and just stayed there. He asked us a question, not a normal one. Something off like, "Do you boys like to walk alone at night?" The way he said it wasn't jokey. It was flat, like reading from a line he'd practiced. Then he smiled. His teeth were too white, too straight. It didn't fit the rest of them. We didn't answer. Milo grabbed my sleeve and gave it a tug. That was enough. We bolted into the woods on the left side of the road. No plan, just away. Branches clawed at our jackets and slapped our faces. The cold air burned my lungs, but I didn't stop. Behind us, I heard the car door slam. Then the crunch of someone stepping off the gravel. No shouts, no calls, just boots moving through brush and leaves. The forest was thicker than I remembered. Trees grew close together, their bare limbs twisting up like ribs. I almost ran straight into a trunk, caught myself at the last second, and kept going. Milo was a few feet ahead. I could barely see him, just a flicker of movement between trees. We ran downhill, deeper into the woods. My legs started to cramp. I tripped once, caught myself on a root. The sounds behind us grew louder. The man wasn't yelling. He was breathing hard. That kind of harsh nasal wheeze you get when your throat's dry. It was constant, always just close enough to hear. At some point we broke into a clearing. An old overgrown logging trail maybe. Milo stopped and looked back, his chest rising fast. I didn't want to stop, but I did. The silence hit me like a slap. No more footsteps, no more breathing. We waited. Nothing moved. Then, out of the darkness, the man stepped into the clearing. He wasn't running, just walking straight toward us with his arms down at his sides. His jacket was open, shirt untucked. I don't know how he got there so fast. Milo turned and ran again, straight up the opposite slope. I followed. For the next 15 minutes, maybe more. We ran. We didn't talk. We didn't stop. We just moved. Eventually, we reached a wire fence marking the back edge of someone's property. We climbed it, tore our clothes, cut our hands. The yard was empty. No lights in the house. We didn't knock. We didn't wait. We just kept moving until we found a streetlight and a sidewalk. We didn't see the man again. We made it to Milo's house just before 1 a.m. His parents were asleep. We didn't tell them. I called my mom from the kitchen and said I'd stay the night. She didn't ask why. We didn't sleep. Not really. Just lay on the floor in his basement, listening for sounds outside that never came. I never walked that road again. Not in daylight. Not with friends. Not ever. Sometimes I still think about the way the man looked at us. Like we weren't people, just a decision he hadn't made yet. I remember the first time I noticed the smell. It was faint, metallic, and oddly warm like rain on rusted iron. It seeped from the corners of the basement, curling up the stairwell, clinging to our clothes like a warning. At the time, I thought it was just the quirks of an old house, the kind of thing you put up with for charm. We'd bought the place because it was cheap, steeped in history and tucked in a quiet corner of the old mining town where my husband grew up. I wanted a slower life for our 2 kids. I wanted fresh air, space, and roots. What we got instead was a slow unraveling. My daughter was the first to change. She started getting nosebleeds, random gushing episodes that stained her school shirts and terrified her younger brother. At first, we thought it was the dry air. Then she began complaining about headaches, constant fatigue, and aching joints. We took her to the pediatrician, who shrugged and ordered allergy tests. They came back clean. Then I got sick. I couldn't keep weight on, my hands trembled when I held a glass. There were days I couldn't hold a pen to sign my own name. My husband started having night sweats and dizzy spells. He'd stare at the wall like he was lost inside himself. Our son, the youngest, seemed fine for a while. But then the tantrum started. Explosive, unrecognizable rage. Screaming fits that turned his little body into something wild and foreign. That's when we stopped blaming the air or the stress of the move. That's when we knew something was wrong with the house. The doctors didn't help much. Each symptom seemed disconnected, scattered across different specialties, until one of them, an older woman with tired eyes and a clipboard, paused while reviewing our charts. She asked a question that changed everything. "How old is your home?" "It was built in 1943, I told her. "Originally company housing for the miners and their families." She scribbled something down, then ordered a blood panel none of the others had bothered with. The results came in within days. High levels of cadmium, lead, arsenic, not just one of us, all of us. Even the baby. I remember staring at the printed results, the numbers lined up in neat cold columns. The doctor told us to get out of the house immediately. She didn't say it dramatically. She said it the way someone might say, "Your car is on fire." I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the floor of the kitchen, back against the cabinet, watching the pattern of water stains on the ceiling. It was an old ceiling. Everything about the place was old. The chipped tiles, the corroded fixtures, the paint that always felt a little sticky. The walls had been painted so many times. The corners were rounded like melted wax. We started asking questions, neighbors, city archives, the historical society. That's how we found out about the building materials. During the war, supplies were tight. The mining company used industrial byproducts, slag, tailings, waste material to fill walls and pour foundations. It was cheaper, easier, and nobody thought twice. No one cared what it might do to the people living inside. There were whispers of others. A child from down the block who'd had seizures. A woman who lost her teeth before she turned 40. A man who couldn't remember his own address. But none of it ever made the papers. No lawsuits. No headlines. Just a string of sick families and early deaths, scattered over decades like dust across a ledger. We left everything behind. Clothes, furniture, photo albums. The doctor said no amount of cleaning would be enough. We moved into a rental apartment 3 towns over, sterile and beige, with walls that didn't breathe poison. The kids improved slowly. My daughter's headaches dulled. My hands steadied. My husband started laughing again. But something was gone, something deep under our skin that won't come back. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night with that smell in my nose, the sharp burnt metal taste of the basement air. I know it's not real, but I can't shake it. It's like the house is still inside us, clinging to our blood. We were never warned. No signs, no paperwork, just a silence so deep it rotted through the floorboards and into our bones. I moved into the old Rolly apartments on the edge of town because I needed quiet. After a decade of city noise, sirens, shouting, endless motion, I thought a place like this, tucked away in a forgotten mining town, would bring peace. The building itself looked like a relic. Red brick streaked with soot, its facade cracked in places where time had tugged too hard. But inside it was still alive with creaks, the scent of old plaster, and the warmth of tenants who mostly kept to themselves. My unit was on the 3rd floor, far from the front door, and facing the narrow alley where miners once pushed carts of ore. My first few nights were uneventful. The silence, while jarring at first, quickly became a balm. I'd started sleeping better than I had in years, until the 4th night. I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m., not because of a dream or a noise, but with a sudden clarity, like my mind had been tugged upward from sleep. The room was completely still. No cars, no wind, just the soft tick of the wall clock and my own breathing. Then the sound of my front door unlocking. It was slow, precise. I had triple-checked that lock before bed. I don't live the kind of life that leaves things to chance anymore. I sat up as quietly as I could, my heart knocking hard in my chest. The door didn't swing open. It just unlatched, and then I felt it. Not footsteps, not wind. Something moved past the threshold and into my apartment. Air shifted, the temperature dropped, my skin tightened. It passed by the living room without touching a thing. I didn't see anything, but I knew exactly where it was. It stopped right at the entrance to my bedroom. I didn't move. My breath caught in my throat as it stepped in. Nothing brushed against me, yet I felt watched, examined, as if whatever had entered wasn't interested in harm, it was collecting something. Impressions, imprints. Then, after a full minute of agonizing stillness, the presence pulled back. No sound of retreat, just a lifting, a dissipation. The door stayed open. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At sunrise, I went downstairs to see if anyone else had experienced anything. I didn't plan to speak, I just needed to be around people. But I wasn't the only one in the lobby. Marta, the painter from 2A, looked pale. Her hands trembled as she sipped from a mug. Jacob, who writes obituaries for the county paper, was there too. And Elise, an elderly woman who lived on the ground floor and rarely left her unit, shuffled in wearing slippers, and a look I recognized. Not fear, but confirmation. None of us spoke right away. It was Elise who finally said, "Did your door open at 3:17? No one asked how she knew the time. We just nodded. We all described the same thing, a slow unlocking, a silent presence entering, a sense of being observed but not touched. No footsteps, no visual, just shared air and a lingering dread. Elise said it felt like when her cat used to stare at things she couldn't see. Fixated, alert, tail twitching. Jacob had checked his security camera. The door opened, but no one appeared on the video. The frame just went grainy for about 2 minutes. That night, none of us slept. We tried to convince ourselves it was mass hysteria, sleep paralysis, something explainable. But the locks had clicked. Not rattled, not jostled, clicked open. And every unit on the 2nd and 3rd floors reported the same exact time, 3:17 a.m. By the 3rd night, Elise had put salt along her doorframe. Marta painted an abstract series she called The Unwelcome Guest. Jacob started sleeping with the TV on, tuned to static. I kept my lights on and a hammer under my pillow, and yet every night at 3:17, something moved through the building. It didn't always enter the same room. Some nights it skipped me, but I could still feel it in the air vents or passing in the hall. A slow pressure against reality. We never heard it leave. The landlord, a man named Victor who lived off-site, said it was probably the pipes settling. When Jacob showed him the video, Victor just shrugged. "These old buildings," he muttered. "They remember things. I haven't moved out. I should have. But the truth is, leaving won't make it stop. That thing, whatever it is, it knows us now. It's not haunting the building. It's cataloging the people inside. Some nights, it lingers longer. The last time it came into my room, it stopped at the foot of my bed. I couldn't move, couldn't blink. I swear I felt it lean forward, just enough that the edge of my blanket shifted from a breath that wasn't mine. And then, in the silence, I heard the clock tick once more. 3:18. It had waited exactly 1 minute. Now we keep track. A running log in the stairwell. The time, the location, the length of the visit. It's never skipped a night. Only the rooms change. I arrived at exactly 1 p.m. As agreed, the GPS lagged for the last half mile, hesitating in the dead zone where even the crows seemed to have vanished. Nothing but heat shimmer and a backdrop of blackened hills. I pulled off onto a dusty turnout flanked by melted road reflectors, remnants from the fire that had ripped through here 2 summers ago. The house ahead was one of the few that had been rebuilt. Angular, modern, sharp against the scorched horizon. The listing agent waved from the open porch, already glossy with sweat, her clipboard wilting in her grip. She introduced herself quickly, stepping aside to let me in. I barely heard her, something about just a few interior shots. And watch your steps, some spots still soft. The heat clung to me, thick and pressing, even as I stepped inside the climate-controlled space. The interior was showroom clean. New floors, pale wood, white walls, untouched by soot or history. But the air, it didn't match the visuals. There was a hum behind the silence, a kind of density that made everything feel just a bit too close. I chalked it up to the heat and got to work. I set my gear down in the main living area. Natural light streamed through the full-length windows, casting long shadows on the polished floor. I framed my first shot, adjusted the ISO, focused, and hit the shutter. Nothing happened. The camera's screen went black for a second, then restarted itself. I tried again. Same result. I swapped batteries, then lenses. Each time I tried to take a photo, the shutter clicked but froze mid-process. It was as if the camera stalled just long enough to miss what it was supposed to capture. I walked to the hallway to try a few different angles. The walls were hung with minimalist art, pale prints of native plants, eucalyptus, sage, deerweed. I raised my camera again. The air in the hallway was hotter, not warmer, hotter. It felt like standing next to a car door after it's been baking in the sun all day. I touched the wall out of reflex. It was cool to the skin, but the air around it burned. By the third room, the heat felt targeted, localized, a pocket that pulsed from the corner by the closet. I stepped back and adjusted my camera, trying a wide shot. The screen pixelated, then flashed a single frame blurred dark, almost like movement. But when I reviewed it, the image was gone, replaced by an error message. I stepped outside for air. The agent was still there, phone to her ear, pacing the edge of the porch. I asked if the power had been acting up. She shook her head and told me everything had passed inspection twice. The rebuild was solid, state certified. I nodded like that answered anything. Back inside, I tried the kitchen. New fixtures, polished stone counters, a view of the canyon through the east-facing windows. I took one shot and the flash popped without being triggered. The heat surged again behind me this time. I spun, expecting someone, but the room was empty. I felt it then, not just as heat, but pressure, like the space behind me had grown more crowded in an instant. My skin prickled. I held my breath. There was no sound, no footsteps, just that weight in the air, and a metallic tang on my tongue like scorched copper. I tried to push through. One more room, the smallest bedroom, barely more than a box with a window. I raised the camera again. The shutter stuck halfway down, refusing to click. My chest felt tight, the kind of tension that precedes either a panic attack or a memory you don't want to recall. I stepped into the center of the room. The floor was warm beneath the soles of my boots. Then something, an impression more than an image, pulsed in the space. The air wavered, just slightly, like a shimmer of heat haze localized to the doorway. I blinked, and it was gone, but my camera didn't recover. The screen went black again and stayed that way. I packed up in silence. The agent didn't ask any questions when I stepped outside, sweating through my shirt despite the air-conditioned house. I told her something vague, technical issues might need to reschedule, and she didn't press me. The drive back took longer. The landscape felt heavier somehow. Charred stumps like broken teeth along the ridgeline. The road sticky under the tires. I reviewed the memory card that night. Most of the shots were fine. Interiors clean and sharp. but a handful were corrupted. Black frames, glitched files. One had a faint orange hue along the bottom edge, almost like flame. Almost. I didn't go back to that house. I passed the job to someone else. Said I had a scheduling conflict. But I still think about that heat, how it clung to certain corners, like the fire had never really left, like the place remembered, even if the rebuild had tried to forget. The copper mine was dead quiet at 2 a.m, the kind of silence that settled into your bones and made your own breathing feel intrusive. I'd been down in Sector 9A for the better part of an hour, walking the perimeter with my flashlight angled low, catching the dull gleam of mineral seams and the rust-scabbed bolts of structural braces. The section had been sealed off for almost a decade, classified low-yield high-risk after a partial collapse. But corporate sent me down to verify some seismic sensor wiring that had gone dark last week. I didn't ask why it had to be done at night. You don't ask those questions if you want to keep your job. The access tunnel was narrow, barely wide enough to wheel in the maintenance cart. I'd parked it back by the gate, relying on a portable flood lamp clipped to my shoulder. It cast a sickly cone ahead of me, flickering whenever the battery hiccuped. My boots crunched over gravel and old drilling dust, every step sounding sharper than it should have. I'd reached the far edge of the chamber, where a thick steel partition blocked off the collapsed drift. A decade ago, 2 guys were killed beyond that bulkhead. One was crushed outright, the other bled out before they could cut through the wreckage. My brother Paul had been working that week. He wasn't on the casualty list, but he never came back out either. His name was never listed on shift rosters, never entered into the investigation log, just gone. A ghost on paper. A gap in every family photo since. I paused near the partition, checking my tablet for sensor feedback. Still dead. I crouched beside the wall panel, pried open the rusted latch, and started rewiring the bypass manually. My gloves stuck slightly to the cold metal. Something about the air felt heavier here. Not damp exactly, just thick like it was pushing back. That's when I heard it. Teresa. A voice. Soft. Unmistakably male. A tone I hadn't heard in nearly 10 years but would have known blind and half-deaf. My hands froze on the wiring. Breath caught halfway out of my lungs. Teresa. It said again, a little louder. From behind the partition, I didn't move. My brain ran through every possible rational explanation. Echo. Trick of air pressure. Someone playing a recording. But the mine was sealed. No one else was scheduled on shift. And that voice, it wasn't just familiar. It knew me. The third time it spoke, it added something I hadn't expected. Don't work underground in March. My mouth went dry. The words weren't shouted or urgent, just spoken plain, like advice passed over coffee. I stood up slowly, light jittering against the wall. My legs didn't feel steady anymore. I backed away one step, then another. Behind the partition, nothing stirred. The mine stayed silent. No echo followed the voice. No distant footfalls. Just the buzz of my lamp, and the high irregular thrum of my own pulse. I didn't finish the repair. I didn't even close the panel. I just backed down the tunnel until I reached the cart, climbed in without looking over my shoulder, and drove straight back to the main lift. I left the tools behind. The shaft elevator creaked all the way up, cables groaning like something alive. When the doors finally opened at the surface, I felt air hit my face like a slap. I looked at my watch. 2:43 a.m. My shift wasn't even half over. I submitted a faulty sensor report. I didn't mention the voice. I didn't mention Paul. But I took vacation time for the entire month of March, just in case. I found the diary because I was killing time in the west wing of the city library. The quiet stretch where the windows look out on a row of ginkgo trees and the afternoon light turns everything the color of old paper. I had come in with a list. Return a book. Skim a journal article. Sit where the noise fell away. But lists are fragile things, and I drifted instead, drawn by the way the stacks there feel unobserved. The shelves are lower. The tables are scarred with initials. The air has a particular dryness that makes your fingertips buzz when you slide them along cloth spines. On a narrow table by the last window, someone had left a diary open. It wasn't shelved. It wasn't tagged. It wasn't even closed. It lay there as if a person had set it down to adjust their bag and never come back. Its cover creased. Its pages faintly rippled like they had once been damp and dried. I have always been an observant reader. One of those people who notices margins and paper stock, who can tell you whether a book was held open by a thumb or flattened by a spine. So I paused, not touching it yet, and took it in. The penmanship was tight and upright, careful without being ornate. The ink was fresh enough to catch light. The date at the top of the page was today. I glanced around before I read. The nearest person was a woman at a study corral, 2 aisles over, her headphones big and white, her head bobbing slightly. At the reference desk, the librarian leaned on one elbow, chin in hand, scrolling on a phone. There was the usual low rustle of paper, the hum of the ventilation, the click of a distant keyboard. No one looked toward me. I told myself I would read one line, just enough to see if there was a name, a phone number, something I could use to return it. The first line described the table. The second described the light. I smiled despite myself. That reflex you have when something mirrors you a little too neatly. People write observational diaries all the time. People write about rooms. It doesn't mean anything. I read on. The next paragraph described the way the ginkgo leaves outside the window had gone yellow all at once, how the light filtered through them in a way that made the air inside look dusted. It mentioned the scar on the table shaped like a hook. I touched the scar without thinking, and felt the shallow groove catch my nail. The entry continued, noting the smell of paper and glue, the dryness, the faint static on skin. It described a person standing at the table, a person who had paused, who had not yet touched the book. It described the way that person read. I closed the diary. The room did not change when I did. The light stayed. The woman bobbed. The librarian scrolled. My heart was loud enough that I could feel it in my throat, but I stood there, hands flat on the table, looking down at the closed cover as if it might warm or pulse. I opened it again. The next line began as if there had been no interruption. It mentioned the pause, the closing, the opening. It mentioned my hands. There was no name. There was no explanation. The writing moved forward with the minute details that an observant reader would notice, because they are the only ones that can be verified. The diary did not say why it was there. It did not say who wrote it. It did not even say how the writer knew what they knew. It simply continued, and as I watched, a new sentence appeared at the bottom of the page. The ink flowed in a way that was wrong. It did not scratch or blot. It did not leave the faint indentation of pressure you see when a pen is dragged. It appeared, dark and complete, as if the page had decided to remember something that had not been there before. The sentence described the sound of my breath. I am not the kind of person who believes in things because they are strange. I am the kind of person who believes in errors, in tricks of attention, in the brain's ability to misfile. I told myself that the sentence had been there all along, and I had missed it. I told myself that the date was a coincidence, that the details were generic, that someone had been watching and writing nearby, and this was an elaborate prank, though the logic of that fell apart as soon as I tried to picture the logistics. I flipped back a page. Earlier entries described other afternoons, other tables, other windows. They described people in the same precise way: hands, posture, the way eyes move across lines. They never named the library, never named the city, they never named themselves. The handwriting did not change. I flipped forward again. The current page was fuller now. It had described the way my shoulders had gone tight, the way my jaw had set. It described the slight tremor in my left hand. It described the invisible watcher standing behind me. I turned around. There was nothing there. The aisle behind the table was empty. The shelf ends were clean, their signs laminated and scuffed. The woman with the headphones was still bobbing. The librarian still scrolled. No one stood close enough that I could feel their breath. No one stood close enough that I could be mistaken. When I turned back, the diary had added a line. It described the turn. It described the empty aisle. It described the watcher not moving. I closed the book again, more carefully this time, as if it were fragile. The cover was cool under my palm. I slid it an inch, then two, testing whether the table would scrape or whether a hand would reach out. Nothing happened. I sat down. I did not call out. I did not wave. I did not make a scene. There is a way to behave in public spaces that is both protective and invisible, and I default to it. I pulled my own book from my bag and opened it, setting the diary to my left. I pretended to read while my eyes tracked the edge of the page. The diary continued. It described the way I pretended. It described the words I was not taking in. It described the way the watcher leaned closer. Not enough to disturb air. Not enough to be noticed by anyone else. It described the distance in inches. I slid my chair back and stood. I took the diary with me and walked to the reference desk. Up close, the librarian smelled faintly of citrus. Her name badge caught the light. I held the diary out and told her I had found it on a table. She took it without comment, flipping it open as if checking for a name. Her eyes moved across the page. She did not react. She closed it and set it aside on the counter, the motion economical. She thanked me and returned to her phone. I waited. She did not say anything else. She did not look at me. She did not pick it up again. I stepped back and watched her from a few feet away. Then, from the end of the desk, the diary did not move. The room did not change. The watcher, if it existed, did not reveal itself. I told myself that whatever I had seen was contained, that the diary needed me to be close, that removing it from the table had broken the circuit, that my nervous system had played a trick that would fade. I returned to the table without the diary. I sat. I opened my book. I read a paragraph and realized I had taken in none of it. I read another. The hum of the ventilation felt louder. The static on my skin felt sharper. I stood again too quickly this time and went back to the desk. The diary was open. The librarian was not touching it. She was still scrolling, her elbow in the same place. The diary lay there as it had before. Pages spread. The ink was fresh. The entry described me standing at the end of the desk, staring. It described the angle of my head. It described the watcher standing between me and the librarian, close enough that if it had weight, it would brush the edge of the counter. I reached out and snapped the diary shut. The sound was small, but it felt like a rupture. The librarian looked up at last, her eyes flicking from my face to the book to my hand. "Is everything okay?" she asked. I said yes. I said I was sorry. I said I had dropped something earlier and thought it might have been that book. I heard my voice and it sounded reasonable. She nodded, already moving on. I stepped back. The diary stayed closed. I did not return to the table. I did not leave the library. I chose a chair near the center of the room, where lines of sight crossed, and sat there with my hands on my knees. I watched people come and go. I watched the way the light shifted on the floor. I watched the clock on my phone tick forward. After a while, the librarian stood and stretched. She gathered a small stack of returns and walked away from the desk. When she was gone, I stood and went to the counter. The diary was gone. I searched without making it obvious. I scanned the returns cart. I checked the shelf behind the desk. I looked under the counter where bags sometimes rest. Nothing. The librarian returned and I stepped away. My heart loud again. I left the library then, telling myself that I was done, that whatever had happened was bound to that place. Outside, the air felt thicker. The ginkgo leaves were brighter up close, their veins clear. I stood on the steps and breathed until my hand steadied. I did not make it far. Halfway down the block, I felt the familiar buzz in my fingertips, the static that had no reason to be there. I stopped and turned slowly, scanning doorways and reflections. People passed, cars idled. Nothing watched me. When I got home, there was a notebook on my kitchen table. It was not mine. I do not keep notebooks on the table. I keep them in a drawer. spines aligned. This one lay open, its cover creased, its pages faintly rippled. The penmanship was tight and upright. The ink caught the light. The date at the top of the page was today. I stood in the doorway and read without touching it. The entry described the walk, the leaves, the steps. It described the moment I had stopped on the block and turned. It described the watcher stepping closer when I had crossed my threshold. Not because it needed to, but because it could. I read until my legs shook. I read until the page filled. When I reached the end, the diary added a line. It described me standing in my kitchen doorway, reading. It described the watcher standing behind me, close enough now that if it had breath, it would warm the back of my neck. I turned. There was nothing there. I turned back. The diary continued. It described the empty kitchen. It described the watcher remaining. I did not sleep. I sat at the table and watched the notebook as if it were a small animal that might move if I looked away. It did not. The ink appeared at intervals that had nothing to do with my attention. It described the way fatigue softened my focus. It described the way fear narrowed it again. By morning, I had convinced myself that the diary was a sensor, not a cause, that it was a bridge between something that could observe and my limited senses. That by reading, I was not summoning anything, only allowing myself to perceive what was already there. This thought did not make me feel better. It made the room feel crowded. I tried to test it. I went into the bathroom and shut the door, leaving the diary on the table. I waited. The house made its normal sounds. The air was ordinary. After a while, I opened the door and returned. A new entry had appeared. It described the bathroom. It described the door. It described the watcher standing on the other side, waiting without impatience. I covered the diary with a towel. The next line appeared anyway, the ink bleeding through the cloth as if it were not there. I put the diary in a drawer. The drawer vibrated faintly, like a phone on silent. I took it out and set it back on the table. By afternoon, my mind had begun to make plans. Not grand ones. Small, practical ones. I would take the diary back to the library. I would leave it on the table. I would walk away. I would not read it again. I wrapped it in a bag and carried it out, keeping my eyes on the sidewalk. The static returned as soon as I crossed the library threshold. The west wing was the same. The ginkgo light was the same. The table was empty. I set the diary down and stepped back. The cover lifted on its own. The page was blank for a moment. Then the ink appeared. It described the act of setting it down. It described the plan. It described the watcher understanding. I did not turn around this time. I did not read the next line. I walked away, out of the west wing, out of the library, into the afternoon light. The static clung to me like a second skin. I could feel the watcher behind me, without needing to see it, without needing the diary to tell me. I have not read another page since. I have not been back to that wing. I am writing this from memory because I do not trust blank paper anymore. I am careful about where I sit. I am careful about what I read. The world feels no different to anyone else, but to me it has acquired a depth I cannot ignore. Sometimes in quiet rooms I feel the air shift behind me. Sometimes I think of the diary, lying open somewhere, its ink waiting,